Welcome back, welcome back. Come on in. Alright, now to distract myself until 6 o'clock so I can stop thinking about how hungry I am. Let's see. Get any movers overnight? What did SKR do? Ugh. Not good. Well, that might be it for that. Managed to take a little profit on that bounce up, but that is not what you want to see for a continuation to the top side at all. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. For you to eat already, H? Yeah, a lot of the alts that were hot are having a bad day today. SKR is dropping too. I don't have who? You hear noise in the background or something? Hold on, let me see.
I don't hear nothing, personally.
Yeah, I think it's good. I don't know if it's a bounce, but if it's gonna bounce, this is the confluence for it. Horizontal support, bottom of the bullish channel would kind of be where we want to see that happen. If anything, you could probably hear like the AC going or something, if that's what it is. There's no like TV on or anything. Two sort of steps where we could hold here. Value area low at 65.5. But if that doesn't hold, then we're coming through this next vector that'll bring us down to our next level of support, which is very small. Like we're talking only 1-2 touches for level of support there. One possibility is that instead of this bullish channel that we have, which is a bullish channel, right? That's very clean bullish channel. But so was this. So if we really are in a longer consolidation and they're just setting like a hardcore range for us, there's a chance we do this again. If we hold those levels we're talking about. At the very least, 647. Back up to the top of the range. Only reason I say that is because we're in a range and support is support until it's not. Resistance is resistance until it's not. Right? The trend is your friend until it changes. I mean, honestly, that's really the only play to be in right now. You're either long at support or you're waiting for it to break to get confirmation so you can short it. Or you're short from resistance, right? Like, there's really the only two plays here. Or sidelines, right? Stabled. Is my mic still messed up for you, H? The CME gap is 84, right? Aside from the volume, obviously we can't control whether there's volume or not. But looking at the chart, looking at the VPVR, you see the path to 84, right? Like we can see where we're going to hiccup price, right? 73, 74 is going to be another one. 76 is going to be a rough one. The biggest move will probably be between 76 and 82. Right? These gaps are going to create the vacuum that we need to make that move, but not unless we can break this value area high. Hold on, I'll be right back.
What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Oh, we're just hanging out. We're just chilling. We were like, hey, what's down here?
All right, I'm back, y'all.
Yeah, who taught Bitcoin how to drink water? Someone led this coin to a watering hole. It was up till 1 o'clock in the morning, Dbloc.
Doing what?
Taxes. Still not done. Still not done.
Oh, your taxes.
I had a, yeah. I mean, I know I threw money at a CPA twice, and I was not trading back then like I am now. Like the constant swapping. So Coinly took, like, whenever I would deposit into Suiland, let's say I swapped Sui for some deep, and then I put that deep into Suiland, and then maybe I mine rewards for more deep and like this other type of wrapped Sui that you get. And every time I claim those rewards, it creates another transaction. So then when I plug my wallet into Coinly, it takes all of that and like creates 3 to 4 to 5 different transactions. Or when you use an aggregator and it's like hopping from one liquidity pool to another to get you the best rate, those are all separate transactions, and then you have to like go in there and merge them all.
The joys of DeFi.
Yes, this year, man, I'm not gonna be doing that.
Anna, can you put any of that into like ChatGPT or Grok and have them, just take a photo of it and say, this is what I need, and have them do all of that for you? I mean, I don't know. It just seems like I can do everything else. Why not do that?
I hear you, and I am using Gemini to help me throughout doing
Okay.
this. But the actual platform for Coinly, AI is not going to be able to take over on that platform and like make these changes for me. So I got to figure something else out,
Yeah. God,
because
that's a pain.
there's like over 1,600 pages
Oh, good Lord.
of things like that from me swapping, and I wouldn't even consider myself a high frequency trader. So I imagine if someone was using a bot like on Telegram,
Oh my God. Yeah.
I'm guessing
Brutal.
that there are a lot of people out there that aren't doing this 100% correctly. You know what I'm saying?
I think I'd take Dbloc's approach from last night and say, give it your best shot and go on down the road. Say,
Yep.
I tried, but
Yeah.
Keep records
we
of
got
everything. Like keep all of your
yeah.
records, and then do your very best. And if there's any issue, you send those
Yeah, let
records
them
right
figure it
over
out.
to them, and they'll figure it out. You guys want to audit me?
Gosh,
Here,
yeah.
here's 10,000 transactions to look through. Have fun.
Jeez.
I hear
And
you.
maybe that'll give him a clue that we need to have a little more better structure here. Like, hello. Good luck though, sweetie.
Thank you. I mean, I could take, like, I told ChatGPT, well, I told Gemini, I was like, what if, because I was getting frustrated, right? I got to page like 28, merging these transactions that are essentially, because you want to tell Coinly that it's all the same monies. Like, you don't want it to think that you're sending out this monies at a zero cost basis, because it'll mess up your report. So when you merge it all, it's saying like, oh, this is the same money and you're getting this same thing. Sorry, there's a lot of car. So if Coinly charges you based off of how many transactions you have, if you have 10,000 or more transaction, it's like $300 to use their services. Like you can make this report for free, but if you want to download the CSV at the end, you gotta pay the money. I paid 2 years ago, but I was just using MEXC at the time. And all I had to do was plug in an API key and they just did it for me, even though it was futures trading. So the Weeks doesn't have that for me. I know other people were able to KYC and get the API key, but there's still some platforms out there that haven't integrated with these other platforms to give you that report that you need to put on your the tax for your taxes. Yeah, no, it's I guess it's going to be different in 2026 where they do have to give you the information like the cost basis.
Yeah.
Because for 2025 they did not have to figure out the cost basis. So even my Coinbase report it has zero cost basis. Even though I used my debit card or my ACH to buy the crypto, it just lumped it all together, and it's like a 5-figure amount that it's not all income, it's like,
Yeah.
it's confusing, but I'm learning a lot, and yeah, AI is helping me along the way. It's a
Well,
lot.
if you get it figured out, that could be a little side hustle for you, helping other people along. God,
No.
that's brain damage. Again,
If-
good luck with it.
If you were to have to go to court or anything and tell the judge, say, Your Honor, I did my best. I am willing to testify as a witness to the fact that you did your best.
Yeah.
Just,
Going
just
straight
let me
to
know.
jail.
I created my own Google Sheet template because Coinly wants you to use specific like headers for your labels for each row. So like you can download your what's it called? Your position history, your order history from your exchange. Let's say you did that for the whole year of 2025. And it takes like 20 minutes for it to get all that information and you download it. It's not like you can upload that into Coinly or whatever coin tracker, whatever you're using. I'm just saying Coinly because that's what I'm using personally. You can't just like upload it and call it done. It's like it errors out on you and it goes, no, we don't really like the way that we can't read this. So you have to like go into their own resources. And I was using AI at the same time. Like, what's wrong with this AI? Like, why is it rejecting this? And it's like, oh, change this header to this. And so I would do that, and it was just a process of elimination until it finally read it, and you're just getting like closer and closer and closer to it reading it all. And I got so happy when it accepted it. But then it was like, there's 30 transactions that have zero cost basis. And they just so happen to be my largest losses, my largest realized losses. And I was like, oh, heck no. And so I asked AI, I was like, what does this mean? And it goes, oh, it thinks it can't find the money that you use to buy these things or to have this loss. So it thinks that you sent this money off to some other place and it's going to tax you on it. And I was like, that's a loss though. And then it goes, oh, well then you need to change your CSV file so that your label reads realized P&L or whatever. Oh my gosh, it's a lot. Learning a lot though.
Were those on 1010 by chance?
Nope.
All right.
It was when Ethereum hit 4K for the first time and I tried to short it.
Oh. I kind of wish I didn't ask now.
It was August. Yeah. this is why I look at leverage differently, because it's not like it was just a loss. It was me going through the emotional like tug of war of selling my asset, in which it was a motorcycle. So I sold my motorcycle, got like 8 grand for it, and I go, I'm gonna put it in crypto. So I buy some spot, and I was doing really well. And then I got really bored because it wasn't moving and other things were. And I was like, what the heck, man? I know how to trade. So I just moved it over to an exchange.
Girl,
And
I remember this. I was sick for days for you. Keep going.
oh,
It just
that
makes
was
my stomach turn
horrible.
thinking about it again. I'm like, I could so have done that. That is
Yeah.
so me. So
So
yeah,
so
go on.
fast forward for me to be doing my taxes on it, I'm like looking at my trades, you know, my trade history. And I was like,
Mm,
oh, that was in August? Dang. So I have literally
that's
not been like leverage trading since then. I mean, little
wow.
ones like 2 times, but a lot of paper trading for me. So when I'm like saying I'm short, I'm long, I'm usually paper trading. But yeah, so
How
to
does
see it
that
in black and
you
white,
feel
it's like,
mentally, if you don't mind me asking, when you go from leverage, because I'm going to try to make that transition after going through Dbloc's um, school this summer, and then we get into the next season because I've never, I just learned on leverage, I guess, and still learning on that. So I don't really, I didn't even know that you could have a stop loss on spot until I started listening to you. I'm like, wait, what? I didn't know that was impossible. So I don't know how to spot trade, what I'm trying to say. But how do you go from mentally having that advantage and that fast movement and multiplication of your trade to if you're using the same amount of money, it's got to be like slow as molasses building it. I'm just like, I just think in my mind, I've got to make that transition somehow, or I'm going to have to put more money in, which I don't want to do. I've done that in the past and didn't know what I was doing and ended up losing it. But how, since you're not leverage trading, is that emotionally, are you capable of building slower, more methodical like you have to? Or is it a struggle because you don't have the advantage of leverage? Does that make
um,
sense?
I think so. I think I'm understanding your question. I can just answer you on a personal level. Um,
Okay.
for me, I started on spot,
Mm, okay.
and but I started at the top of the bear market. So when it hit 69K the second time around, I didn't know what a bear or bull was. So I'm
Yeah.
sitting there buying every dip
Yeah.
um, back in 2021, whatever that was,
Yep.
thinking I'm doing the right thing. But all I did was lose money. And
And
then
that's exactly what I did. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's exactly what I did. I had no clue what a variable was, and I just kept putting more and more and more. And I can remember buying Chain Link at $40. Yeah.
yeah, and then you're
It's
watching that
never
40
here
turn,
again.
divided in half, and you're like, what the heck, man?
I
So
know, right?
imagine that's 5 figures, and you're just losing
Yeah.
thousands.
Yeah, I was up there too. Yeah, I know
Um,
exactly what you're talking about. That's why I had to
so,
kind of step away and revamp. Go ahead. I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, but no, I know exactly where you are from now.
so then I started to over leverage, but I didn't call it over leveraging. I just was like, oh, I can be good at this video game. And so then I would take, $20, $40 in my futures account, and I would try
Right.
and sit there and make a high percentage, but I wasn't looking at percentages. I was only looking at the dollar amounts.
Which
So
is tough.
it's tough,
Yeah.
but you have to look at the percentage gain. So even if
Yeah.
you're only banking 50 cents or whatever, that could be
Yeah.
300% gain,
I
but
know.
you're
That's
very
what's
high
killing.
leverage.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do right now. And that's exactly why I'm asking you what I asked you is it's what I need to do from a discipline standpoint and from building a foundation standpoint. But I'm struggling looking at that percentage because I have a lower dollar amount in my account, and I'm just about to say, forget it. I'm just going to throw a lot more in there and just look at it from the percentage amount and see if I can just keep working with this, because I just get so frustrated with it being $8,
So, so
$20.
if I may,
Yeah,
something
jump
that is really um something I think, because it's really easy to look at like the dollar amount you can make and over leverage yourself, right?
Yeah,
Um, it's
for sure.
super easy because you see when that, when it starts to go green, you're like, oh, well, if I just stay in a little longer. But ultimately, at the end of the day, right? If leverage trading is not working for you, and then for me, it's the like you got to play the tape all the way back, right? That means like it's when you're thinking about like, oh, I can make this much because if I'm on this leverage and it goes to my target, yada yada, right? That's great if you can do that. But
Right.
in my experience, that's not the case, right?
Well,
So
especially it's particularly in this market where you've got to get in and out, in my opinion. I mean, it just is not a swing trade market. It's
Right.
just too volatile.
And I think that yeah, I didn't answer your question fully, but
sorry.
the whole entire having rules for yourself is real. Like Dbloc's always saying, like set your, don't,
Sure.
you have to have rules, because if you just break it once or twice, you're gonna see how quickly that small $40 to $60, 200 times leverage, whatever you're doing, how quickly you're gonna lose it. And you might
Yeah.
win 1 to 5 trades, but all of the other ones you're gonna lose, and then you're gonna sit there and hemorrhage out
And
dollars
do it
to
over
dollars
and
with
over
your
and
stop
over
loss.
again. Yeah. Right there. Yeah. Gotcha.
So in my mind, I was like, let me put more money. They're saying lower my leverage, put more margin in there, and that seems to work for some people. So
Okay.
I was like, that's what I thought with my bike money. I was like, okay, I'm gonna put in thousands and just do like
Gotcha.
2 or 5 times or whatever.
Right.
But number one, I was way too early to short ETH. So that was my fault. Um, I think I was playing on momentum. There was like I explained the whole thing. There was like a CME gap,
Yeah.
or
I remember it.
CME gap
Yeah.
and a vector gap or something like that below us. And I thought, I'll just close this trade right when that closes. And it just never did. It never
Yeah.
went down there.
Yeah.
So I kept getting scared out of my trade. I'd get out if it bounced. And then every single time you open a trade, you're getting charged that fee. So I looked
Yeah.
back at my report, and some of the fees that I was paying was anywhere from $67 to $150 per trade
It's insane.
to open.
Absolutely insane. Yes.
And that's because of the high leverage.
Yeah.
So when I would try to lower the leverage, yeah, it was boring. But guess what? I was able to slow my heart down, for one.
Right.
Um, and I was so interested in being in the trade right then and there. I'm sitting here, market. I want to trade. I'm here right now, and I want to be
Mhm.
in this thing. And I feel like trading. It's not like that. The market's doing what it does, and it can be at a time where it's not convenient for you. And so that's something to really wrap your head around. You can't just turn the power button on and start watching TV. You can't turn the power button
Yeah.
and start playing this
That's
video
right.
game. It's not up to you. And so
Yep.
looking at the macro chart and really looking at where you're going to enter something, like let that be your rule. Okay, if it goes down here on the daily or the weekly, I'm going to enter it. And then at a low leverage, low amount, you just have to have the time to set all that up for yourself. And then when it does the thing you think it's going to do, then there's another part. There's so many layers. You have to be like,
Mhm.
okay, this is the daily chart I was waiting to play out. If you get a small win and then you kick yourself because it ends up going up even more because you longed the bottom and you're like, crap, I got out too early. Yeah, girl, because you were setting yourself up on the daily chart and you weren't allowing it to breathe that out. Look at how many months it took for it to sink down here at the bottom, and you're just gonna get out this like this first little bounce here. But so that's what I would do. And then
That's exactly what
when I
I've done.
started
Yeah.
to train myself to like wait, I was like, okay, I'm gonna wait for this to explode since I'm building, I'm doing my TA and I think it's gonna go up here to this measured move or whatever it is. The market would do something dumb and it would plummet down for some stupid reason or another.
Right.
And so this market has been extremely difficult. Your TA could be right and then wrong at the same time. And if you don't have a stop loss or whatever to get out and you're over leveraged, your whole entire pile of money is going to be gone in a matter of seconds, minutes, hours, days.
Yeah.
And you're just going to keep hemorrhaging out money. Either your stop loss is in the incorrect place and you're not using the ATR indicator. Or
yeah, I totally get what you're saying. Yeah.
or the world is dumb and continues to
And I'm trying to reconcile all of that. That's why I've just kind of taken a step back. I've got a lot of things going on in my personal life that I'm not able to pay enough attention to it. And I just finally had to put my big girl pants on and say, you know what, I might want to do this right now and feel like I'm ready to go to work and sit down and want to trade, but I can't do that with the education level that I have and the timelines that I'm working with now. So I'm just gonna step back, do smaller, shorter trades. And again, I'm in the situation, do I put more money in, lower the leverage and just, try to do 15-minute scalps, or do I do lower, higher leverage? That's just something I've got to work out.
I hear you.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
in my experience, if I've left a trade open for more than, let's say, 24 hours, it usually either gets stopped out
Yeah,
or I've gotten
every
liquidated.
single one of them, every single time. Yeah.
Whatever.
So it's
So
either
this
the market or I
yeah.
don't know exactly. I don't know enough about what I'm doing still, which is why I'm
Yeah.
really excited about the school, going through that and getting that foundation and understanding how to set the ATR properly. I just asked Dbloc the other day, what exactly is that and how to set it properly, which I don't really know still. And I thought, okay, he's going to do that in class, so I'll just learn it then.
I wasn't using that. I was using the last stop. A lot of people use the last stopping volume candle wick and put stop loss right underneath it. But market maker knows that the majority of people do.
Right.
So and so yeah, a lot of my I'm sorry, I was connected to Wi-Fi and I got disconnected from Wi-Fi. Yeah, I would put my stop loss directly right underneath the stopping volume candle wick. But the majority of the other traders are doing the same thing, and then market maker knows where your stop loss is. It's not like a mystery to them, and so they'll just go down there and punch you out and then wick it back up. And so a lot of my trades have been that.
I swear, I think that same thing, and then I hear people say, if you think a market maker is going to come after your measly $200 trade to stop you out, I'm like, well, it happens every single time, though.
It's not your 200. It's that you're sitting with 7,000 other people with 200 sitting at the same spot. Yeah, you're in the crowd. You have to get out of the crowd.
That's gotta be what it is.
Yeah.
Because it happens every time. And I finally just said, forget it. I'm not going to stay in a trade where I have a stop lot. I'm going to get in. I'm going to sit here for 10, 15 minutes, however long it takes, and get out and be done with it. And honestly, I've been more successful with that in the last few weeks than anything else. But you can't, that you don't build long term, in my opinion. I just don't think. But again, with this market, I think everybody's struggling.
Yeah, this has not been a very easy market to sort of jump right in and Been a steep learning curve. I mean, you've got people that have been in
Well,
this market for 10 years that learned a hard lesson at the end of this shit, you know?
yeah,
And they've
and
been here
that's what I
forever.
hear. And I think, well, gosh, I've only been in here, you know, several months now still. But if I'm getting whacked every day and they are as well, then it's not just me. It's something unique going on, or again, some manipulation or just some things that I don't understand. But I'm willing at this point, which I wasn't in the past, to just take a step back and say, okay, let's do this right. Let's build a foundation, quit getting in thinking, it's been like I've just never really struggled in the past to start something and not be, relatively successful with it
Well, let me add
quickly.
on. I've been with
And
Dbloc
that's not the case here.
for about 5 years now,
Yeah,
and I'm still making my own mistakes. And it's not like it hasn't been like this. Dbloc didn't have his
sure.
own school platform yet. You know what I mean?
Right.
But to go slower for me is spot. But even if you're going to sit there and buy a very low market cap coin, or maybe it's got a very small supply, that can be another way of spot trading, but you're actually high leverage trading because it's such
Because
a
of,
low
yeah,
market
that's
cap.
an interesting way to look at. I hadn't really thought about it like that, but yeah, if you get those lower market with the lower volatility and all of that, yeah, it's
Exactly
almost
what
like
it
you're
is.
having leverage, huh? I hadn't really thought about that. Yeah, okay.
Anytime you move out of Bitcoin to go into another alt, it's a leverage trade on Bitcoin. Because what you're betting is that that coin that you're getting into is going to do more than a 1x on the price movement that Bitcoin is going to do. So if that coin does 5 times better than Bitcoin, then that's like a 5x leverage trade with no stop, with no risk of liquidation.
So then you can kind of justify um doing a SUI, which is one, main one that I did this particular
Hmm.
season that I
At the
kind of
right
got
times.
hosed on. Yeah,
At the right
at the
times.
right
In the
time.
beginning, when
Okay.
it's fresh and everybody's looking for, something to play, so we did absolutely great. But when we got
Yeah.
into the coming up into alt season and we were waiting for that rotation, it's not Sui's
Yep.
fault, right? The money never rotated from Bitcoin into Ethereum in
And
any sustainable way.
and that's when I went full bore on it. Moved a lot over into spot, but moved a good probably 70% of my portfolio into it, and then just started bleeding out. I'm like, dang, I thought I had this figured out.
Something.
And
Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead. No,
No,
go
I was
ahead,
gonna
hon.
say something that Tana said too. That like I align with pretty well. Personally, is kind of your ability to be exposed to the market, right? Like, so spot might feel slower, or lowering your
Yep.
leverage might feel slower, but the thing that feels the slowest to me is if I've wrecked an account, or I've lowered my margin to a point where I'm not gonna jump into this trade. I gotta step back and I gotta think about whether or not I should, because I've only got so much margin left. Like it may feel slower in the gains, but what it's not going to feel slower is your ability to be there as the market's moving. Because there's like, if you think about all the time that you spend not in a trade because you were over leveraged, um, it doesn't feel slower anymore. It
That's
feels
a good point.
actually it's more action packed, right? Because now you have, yeah, maybe you're not making incredible gains on the trades that you succeed, but you're also not taking incredible losses on the gains that, or on the
Right.
trades that you fail, right? Or that you don't succeed in profit wise, right? So um it kind of allows you a little more breathing room to like, because if you go in and let's say you get your entry like you would have had to on leverage, on high leverage, right? but
Mhm.
but you now you have the ability to stay in that trade longer, right? um you're not worried about, okay, if it wicks down a little bit, you know, like all of a sudden there goes everything that I just built up for the last
But
however many
do you feel
hours.
like
Or,
you're able to do that right now though? Because even when I scalp, I'll look on the hour, look at the 15, 5, and the 1. I'll get in on the 1. And I usually go no more 15 minutes is the absolute longest, and that's if it decided to do like a W formation where I usually am always going the right direction right at first in the trade because I usually wait for divergence, always wait for divergence. And I try to wait for it on the 5 or the 1, the 5, and the 15th. And if I've got bullish divergence on all of it. But what's happening now is
Turning
just like
into a
D-Block
slow
said the
breaking
other,
W and becoming a
that's
bear flag
exactly
instead. Yep.
what's happening. And you said that the other day, and and I went, "Holy crap! That is exactly what's
There's
happening
no
now."
volume.
It's,
There's
it
no
was
volume.
playing out before, but it's not now.
So the mechanics of it is for price to go up right now, it's counter sentiment, right? Which means that you need to
Yeah,
switch sentiment and you need market maker going up and you need whales going up. So
and I
when
don't
you
have a
build a
problem shorting,
W,
but
when you build a
yeah, but I'm
W
still
out and it
struggling.
goes to break out, right? You're fighting sentiment. And the longer it takes to break out, the more the sentiment starts to kick in. And it becomes
Yes,
way easier to go down.
that's exactly what's happening. Even on those, the 1 to 5 to 15-minute time frame. Well, it's not even on it. It's actually on that because you can't. That's what you got to build your hour structure from are those smaller time frames. So where I used to be really pretty consistent on that trade, it's now turned around and it won't hold as long. So that makes me feel like I can't even hold a longer swing trade because it's going the opposite direction. And I'd love
Mm-hmm.
to short, but I'm not um I just don't feel like for whatever reason that I'm as good as it right now currently than I have been in the past. And it may be because my short trades were different times in the market as well, because I'm trading different markets now. So I've tried to kind of think
Just
about
flip the chart. If you find it easier to take longs than shorts, when you find the short that's suitable or looks suitable or you're looking for one, just flip your chart. You got to
how
work
do you
with your
really
brain. You just right
yeah.
click and invert scale.
Okay, wait a second. Let me put my glasses. Do that again. Right
Just
click
click on the number
invert scale.
scale, invert scale. Always
I've
invert.
seen you do that
Charlie
before,
Munger
but
said always invert.
okay, I'll do that.
Alt.
Or
I.
yeah, if you like shortcuts, Alt I.
Alt I,
Yeah.
does it? Okay, Alt I. Sit down.
You should always do that before you take a trade anyways, whether it's long or short. Flipping the perspective sort of lets you see, it lets you check your bias. Because you should see that when you flip that chart, you should see the opposite trade clearly. If you flip it and don't see the short where you saw long, then your bias is kind of skewed.
Yeah, I've seen you do that before, and it's remarkable how that works out, but I just haven't really gotten there yet.
Happens a
Thanks.
lot
That'll be
when you stare at the same chart for a long time too, and you're just like, you've just been looking at it for 5 hours. Every once in a while, flipping it is like, okay, I see
yeah,
what's going
because
on
what you
here.
want to have happen, you make happen in your mind.
Yeah,
And that doesn't mean that it's actually there.
it's a fact.
Like a trade that I took the other day, I'm like, oh, it's so close, so close. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take it. So close. It's got to go there. Well, no, it didn't. And and I get in it. The second I get in it, I thought I should not have gotten in this until I had 100% confirmation of what I know. I was just honestly tired of waiting.
Yeah,
That's on me though. That's again, education and emotional, all those things wrapped up there.
it's just
But
like school, right? There's different types of learners. Like I was a hands-on learner. I couldn't sit and listen to a teacher just talk. I needed to actually like do stuff or see them do something. Like we
Yes, me
touch the
too,
stove
for sure.
learners. Like we have to touch the
Yes,
stove
that's me.
once, twice, 3 times, sit on it just to make sure
Yeah.
we weren't tripping. Yeah. And
Yeah, I
then
remember
the
telling you
rules really sort of like, that's when the rules really cement. If you're smart, if you're smarter than I was anyways, and you can learn these lessons without having to touch the stove, because every time you touch the stove, it's going to
No.
cost you money.
Yeah,
Then
nope.
that's how you
I'm a
really
stove
like.
toucher.
There's nothing wrong
That
with
should
that.
be on a t-shirt.
Yeah, there's
Stove
nothing
toucher.
wrong with that.
Yeah. No, I'm
Dbloc
right
said
there.
The same way. I lost a lot of money already, but I'm still learning and adjusting my trading style.
We
It,
all have.
it's the
I
best
mean,
way to
honestly.
make your style your own, really, at the end of the day, right? Because it's developed from your losses, from experiences you went through, right?
Yeah.
That you had to deal with your
So it's
psychology.
just like life, you know,
Yeah,
and
definitely.
that pain that you build structure from is what you make of it. It's either going to keep being categorized as pain in your mind, or it's going to be the building block that allows you to have the structure that you need to move forward and move past that. Yeah. It doesn't, I don't think you really get that initially, though.
10,000
I think
hours.
you have
Some
to go
things
through
you
some,
can't teach. Yeah. So
yeah,
let's say
you
to
got to go
master
through some stove
anything,
touching first
yeah, to master anything, you need
before
your
that really.
10,000 hours.
Yeah.
10,000 hours goes quick, though. Sounds like a lot, but 10,000 hours goes quick. I've
Rub it on
wasted
sleep.
10,000 hours on plenty of things. I've got way more than 10,000 hours on Call of Duty. A master
about
for
to say that.
absolutely
Yeah.
no
You got
reason, no benefit, just an absolute waste of cognitive
Oh, I
ability.
totally disagree. I totally disagree because somebody age who doesn't, I mean, Atari, thank you guys. That's what I grew up on. Ping or Pong or whatever it was called. I had no idea how to do those video games. And the fact that you guys, you just your reaction time and your thought process and your way. My son has been teaching this 22-year-old gamer how to trade. The kid is, he said the other day, he goes, "Can't lose." And my son said, "Oh yeah, you can.
It's a game.
Just wait."
I
He
understand. I definitely get that because there
check it
is
out.
it is
Video game.
gamified. Not gamified, but there's when you're used to like sub-millisecond reaction times,
Yeah,
like that has to give you an advantage when it comes to
and
placing trades.
there's no doubt about it. No doubt in my mind. And some of these younger kids I see, like Kite, I don't know if you know who that is, that are, you know, basically gamers and not professional, but that's what they do the majority of their life. And they really translate it into trading and say, I just look at it like a video game and I don't think of it as money.
Oh,
And I
that's
don't get
dangerous.
emotionally attached so much that way. If I lose, then um, I think of it as I have an enemy that needs to be destroyed. And I was like, oh, well, would have never
That's
thought
it.
of that.
I'm buying a gaming chair.
I look at it like the world's best video game with the world's worst graphics.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't even I have no idea about graphics. That's a whole, the realm that I don't even enter into. So I've got, I think that is an advantage for you guys, though. I just, I
the
can't
best
see how it
graphics
wouldn't be.
card too.
It's what, Tana? You cut out.
Oh, the best graphics card, like most expensive graphics card for the worst graphics.
Yeah.
We're sort of
Yeah,
stuck right now, Yusef. I mean, honestly, support is support till it's not. Resistance is resistance till it's not, right? So if we're gonna look at it logically, then we have to assume that support's gonna hold. We got the bottom of the flag. We got support. If it
Yeah.
breaks, then we can sort of get there. But like we were talking about earlier, when you're in a range like this, the only answer is to either short resistance or long support.
Long support, right?
You know, that's all you can do. You don't want to play around in the middle. You don't want to play too much with EMAs. Momentum, you know, is going to be tricky here. You're going to get false signals, right? Range trading is a very specific trading style. But we
And if you
are
were
more
going to,
than 75% through this measured move, right? So I do see significant weakness. The thing is that we can continue to come down inside this flag. Like the measured move is right here. We can continue to sort of do this and come down in this flag and still be inside this damn range, but hit that measured move. There's no way to get in front of it. We just got to watch it play out.
Dbloc, isn't that one huge M though? Like on the 4-hour?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
but
it
it's
looks like.
also one huge W. Depends if you're in position or out of position. If you're if you're in position, you see a big ass W. If you're
It's a
short
W.
or out of position, you see a big ass M. But at the end of the day, what it is a range. And it's just a clear range with a simple deviation out of the bottom, small deviation out of the bottom.
That range is making lower highs.
Yeah, yeah,
That is true.
yeah. Getting stuck inside, like let's say we would have popped back up and we got stuck inside and this became resistance, right? Then it would sort of shrink our range at that point. But when you look at bigger time frames, that's your value area high, value area low, stairs down, elevator up. So bulls at least are showing more strength here than bears. Right? If you see like staircase up and then big sweeps down, then you know bears are in control of the range. Bulls for the most part are in control of this range. But there's a massive order block up here that's just not playing. There's just not enough volume to absorb the order block above us.
How do you know that there's a massive order block up there? What are you talking about?
The easiest
What do
way
you
to
see?
know is just looking at price. Price doesn't just reject because it got to some line or it rejects because it
Right.
gets to a point in the chart where there's enough sell liquidity. Right? So what happens when you get these big drops like this? When you get these big drops like this, especially like here, it stops, comes up, and then it drops really hard from this point. There's orders there, sell orders that didn't get hit. Right? They're still in the book waiting. So price will come down, find its low, and then price will come back up and dip into those orders. Right? If you notice here, it was, we hit a bunch of times, dropped down, came back up, dipped into the orders again. So think of that as like a pool. Right?
Huh.
It's a pool of liquidity, and every time they come back up, they like sip out of it. And then eventually
Oh, okay.
it's gone. And then the next time it breaks, then it doesn't have any resistance. Right? Some people falsely think that the more a level gets hit, the stronger it is, but it's not true. Right? The more
Well,
a
yeah,
level
that's
gets
what I.
hit, the more it gets weakened because those orders are being absorbed.
Oh, dang. Okay, that makes sense. You just don't know when it's going to bust through when those orders have been fulfilled.
You can check the book and see, how much is there, but usually it's pretty
Yeah.
easy to tell just by looking at volume that there's not going to be enough to do anything. So that is our resistance or our supply, right? Resistance is supply. Support is demand. So it's buy orders and sell orders. So this whole thing here, right, has a pretty big order block. You can tell where the order blocks are because it's a price. It's not
Okay,
only a pivot, but it's a pivot where price moves away sharply, right? Like right here. Price
okay, I
moves
get
away
it.
sharply, never comes back. And then if we look, same as the top, we've dipped into that order block. And we're about to dip into that order block again. So it's all about the strength, right? Is the Bulls war chest bigger than the Bears war chest? Right? Who breaks first?
So the goal when it comes down to these order blocks is to fulfill these orders and then move away from it,
Mm-hmm.
or to fulfill the orders and move through it.
The price will continue to move and find fair value. Right? So if all those absorb, then anybody that wants to buy, anybody that's selling sells higher. So you have to.
Okay.
Price only moves up when buyers accept higher prices. When buyers say, "Look, I'm willing to pay higher than Bitcoin is now because I think it's going to go even higher." Same on the downside. Right? Price only
Okay.
moves down when people are willing to sell for underneath the price the price is at. What we have here is massive liquidity zone. Right? People think that liquidity. People think that like this is liquidity. Like, oh, there's so much liquidity. Like, no, this is liquidity. It means is the order book is so stacked from 643 to 715 that the market's been able to transact in this range without moving. Right? It hasn't had to go search for any new liquidity. There's more than enough liquidity here. When this part of the order book dries up, then well, then price will either move up or down. But for these arguments, right, price will move up into volume, where the last level of liquidity was, where the biggest part of liquidity was in this range, which was this zone, another high liquidity zone. And then it will transact in this zone until that book is empty. And then it'll move to the next zone. And then it'll transact in this zone until that book is empty. That's why you get fast moves through these gaps, because there's no liquidity.
So what does it mean when someone is spoofing an order?
They're trying to trick the market into either avoiding a price or coming towards a price. Usually it's to try to avoid it, right? So I take a short, let's say I shorted from up here. Right, I got like a $10 million short or something right there. And then I've got a bag of Bitcoin that I'm using to sell to amplify my short. So it's protecting my stop loss because it's keeping price from going up, right? And it's adding to the downward pressure. So they'll protect their shorts with large bags, with large spot bags. But some people don't have it like that. So what they'll do is they'll spoof that order of the large spot bags. And when you're, as a retail trader, you're thinking, damn, do I get into this position? And you see that massive order above, you're like, hell no. Like, there's no way we're going to absorb 1,000 Bitcoin. And then price moves towards it and it just disappears. It's not that it disappears because they want price to keep going up. It disappears because they were using Bitcoin that they're not willing to sell.
Do they actually have to have that dollar amount in order to be able to spoof it? Because
you
it's
have
not.
to have it to be able to put the order in, yeah.
Okay.
But you'll see they remove it. The second price starts to look bullish at all, like it's moving in that direction, you'll see it just poof.
Yeah, no, I've seen that. But I was going to say, if you don't technically have to have that dollar amount, then that
Oh no, the
makes
book would
that
be
indicator
ridiculous. God,
move.
it'd be like, yeah, like
Yeah, I'd go do it. No, kidding.
you have to be able to back it up. You got to be able to have the spot bag to back up the trade.
So do you think they have bots that do that? Or is it actual, I mean,
Yeah, there's bots.
is that something they just set up for a bot to say,
Yeah.
okay, let's spoof it in this area, or let's set it up in this area, and if it technically does what we want, we'll leave it in, and if not, then we'll spoof it?
Yeah, it's just if this, then that macro commands, basically.
Dang.
If this happens, do that. If that happens, do this. That's how I try to get you guys to trade like an algo. It's just the pesky human emotions that, get in the way, but
Yeah, that's what
Man,
I'm
that's
saying.
an
If I had the
advantage.
kind of money to spoof, I would definitely set up a bot to do that, to protect
Yeah,
my
no
order.
doubt. It's exactly what I'm sitting here thinking. That is an advantage, big time.
Now you understand why people had such a fun time in memes. It wasn't the rug pulls and memes that killed people. It was the people that got in early, and then the second the meme became available on exchange that offered leverage, they took a big short and dumped their entire bag. And you just got the double dip on every meme position. You made money on the way up, and then you caused the dip on the way down.
And that's all just automated through a bot.
Nah, this is stuff that just people were doing, right? You've got like,
Oh,
you bought a bunch of coin, it's up to like, 500,000 now or 250,000, and you go take a big 100x short, and you and your buddies just drop the market. And it's not even a thing that people had to communicate, right? It's like the second that you could short it, everybody just shorted it and dumped. And then poor retail that had been hearing the name of this coin for the past 2 weeks, and we're all excited because now it's available on their exchange, became exit liquidity.
yeah, I know a guy that I was in a trading group with, and God bless his heart, just 50 grand, boom, gone in seconds on a meme coin like that. I'm like,
Listen,
dang, are you kidding me?
people
'Cause no,
touch the
I just
stove and some people lick it. Don't be a stove licker.
Man,
Tap it. Give it that quick, that quick tap where you move your finger back real quick. You're like, is it hot yet? But like, don't lick it. Don't stick your face on it.
that stove is actually a freezer, and your tongue is gonna stick to it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
was that
God.
50K leveraged on a meme?
Yeah.
I don't even know if he was leveraged on it. I'm assuming that he was just because of how he trades. But when I
To lose
first
50
started
that
talking
quick,
to
you
him
had
about
to be
that,
leveraged unless it got rug pulled. That's the only.
again, the way he trades, yeah, I would say he was leveraged on it. But the enticement is that he put the money in initially and made 20,000, 30,000,
How they get you.
and it's like, dang. And then that's when you get suckered in, and he
Yep.
goes ahead and puts his life savings in.
I
For
say it
him, it
all the
was 50.
time. The worst possible thing that could happen to you is that you come into crypto and you hit it big on your first go.
And that's what he did.
Because you're
That's exactly
screwed.
what he did.
You're screwed after
Yeah.
that. You can't talk to those people about Bitcoin or DCAing, or they're like, bro, are you shitting me? I just made life changing money in one day, and they just chase that
In
buzz
in
until it's
20
all
seconds.
gone.
Yeah. So, and this is a young guy. Well, I say young guy, he's probably in his early 40s. And he said, so all I'm doing now is learning how to trade, because now I've got to be able to make that back. And when I do, then I'm going to stop. I'm going to get out of the whole thing, and I'm going to be done. Like, okay, good luck with that.
Let's try to
But that's what he's
learn before, and then, because that's the thing
just the
about the
opposite
market,
way.
right? If you're gonna be here, you're gonna learn how to do this one way or another, either because you want to, or because the market's gonna force you to.
Right.
So do it of your own will, because the alternative is too expensive.
Yeah, and I think that's where, when I'm, was speaking to Tana, I think that's where it sounds a bit like she's at and I'm at. It's you um invest enough, we'll say, and that goes away over time or quickly. And then you take a step back and say, okay, I'm either going to build this properly, do this long term, or I'm going to keep on this hamster wheel and keep doing the same thing over and over again. And it may be switching from trading leverage to spot, which again is why I'm anxious to go through your
Yeah.
school, because I want to learn. I really would like to do both, but what my thought is, just based on listening to what you've done and how you've accomplished what you're doing, and Ghost, listening to him, I really like him, and a couple of other people, is just putting a larger substantial amount in spot, and at the beginning of the bull, end of the bear in October, and just and mostly in Bitcoin, and just letting that stay there.
Guess
And
where I
then
made most of my money?
the long term
Spot.
bag the long
Not
term bag is
really,
what the long term bag is what gives you the cushion to be able to make mistakes on leverage.
You hear Dbloc
and I
say
think,
these rules, but they're not going to really sink into you until it happens to you and you can connect the dots in your own
yeah,
psychology and your own situation. Otherwise, I mean, hearing it is great and you're like, okay, I didn't think about that. But it's not truly sticking until, yeah, you touch that stove and then you're like,
yeah,
oh, dang it, I bet that's what that meant. Like
yeah.
de-risking your assets on the 8th or the 9th, right? What the heck does that mean? I don't know.
Oh yeah,
It means
little faith.
get, get out of your, he's not going to be like, get out of all your positions. He
I
he
can't
can't
say
say
that.
stuff like that.
I
He
can't
can't
say
say
that.
stuff like that. So luckily I didn't have any more money to de-risk, but had I had money to de-risk, I don't think I would have really connected those dots either until I watched it happen. And then I'm like, oh, that's what
De-risking at the
what
end
I'm
of the
hurting
day is
myself.
what you do when you take profits, right? When you move your stop into profit, you're de-risking. You're removing risk from the trade, a portion of risk from the trade. When you take partial profits, you're de-risking, right? If you take full profits, you're completely de-risking, right? By de-risk, I mean like trading leverage at those tops. Like you don't understand how much that shit hurt to see 1010 come around and feel the vibe and just know that, oh shit, like they were
I
doing too
also feel
much,
like there's stuff that
you
you
know.
know that you can't say though. Like there's a reason why Dbloc doesn't leverage trade. So why are we leverage trading? I think that there's a whole thing that's happening that, is way bigger than us and that we are these peons and we're lucky if we get a trade in, but there must be some big old freaking thing like 1010,
There always is. There always is. It never fails. Whether it's Mount Gox, whether it's FTX, whether it's Luna, whether it's 1010, whether it's COVID, there's going to be an event in the future that is going to wipe you out of your leverage positions. Your job is to make sure that when that day comes, it doesn't kill your portfolio. That's it. That's it.
Why it sounds like
Assume
you've got it.
assume that tomorrow we're gonna have another 1010. How much of your portfolio is at risk right now? Right? And try to keep that fresh feeling that you had right after 10. Because right after FTX, everybody was like, "Well, spot only. Not doing this shit. Not playing with these people." And then after a couple weekly green candles, you start to get a little
Yeah,
relaxed, and you know what I mean. When I started trading, I used leverage. I always say that I was 6 figures under in debt. I needed to, and I luckily managed to get out unscathed. Aside from round tripping an entire bull market, which isn't unscathed, but it wasn't really leverage's fault. That was my fault because I didn't know the cycle. But leverage trading at that time significantly different than leverage trading now, y'all. We had no
how
attention.
so?
Nobody cared what we were doing. Nobody was paying attention. The sharks weren't in the water yet. Institutions weren't here. Algorithmic trading was at a minimum, if anything. Like it's a completely different battlefield right now. You have a way bigger target on your back than we did, in the beginning, first couple years of leverage. Luckily for me, the one lesson that I managed to learn without touching the stove was that. And it's because a group, it wasn't even just one, several traders that I highly respected that were way better than me at the time got set back 3 to 4 years, like a full cycle.
Oh gosh.
And I was like, nah. And it's not, it's easy to find rules to protect yourself from leverage. That's why people are like, well, I don't understand. If you just do this and this, then it's safe. And it's like, yeah, but that's not the problem. I'm not worried about the people that are going to come blow themselves up immediately. That's done in a second. You're done. You go lick your wounds and you're like, I'm not doing this shit no more. The danger comes in success with leverage. The danger comes when your TA is on point and you feel like you can't lose. right? And then you slowly start to break the rules, and there's no consequence for it because you're killing it, right? You're trading leverage at the point where you have the rules and you have all the, you know how to protect yourself and all that. And you don't break those rules. You never break those rules. And because of it, you end up building a nice big bag of leverage. But you're so overconfident that your leverage portfolio is now 50% of your entire portfolio or 60% of your entire portfolio, right? What started as a smart bet at 5%, maybe 10% on the extreme, has now bubbled up to, almost more than half of your portfolio. So now you're in serious risk and you don't even realize it yet because it's like a slow burn. And then one day you come in and you see a massive stopping volume candle through liquidity, huge liquidity flush, perfect setup. Volume comes in, everything looks absolutely perfect, and you're like, yo, this is the lifetime trade. Like if I slap 100x on this bitch, I know it's not coming back to the spot. Full port 100x, and you're like, nah. But you don't do it, right? Because you're not an idiot. You stick to the rules that got you to that point. And then you come back the next day and the chart did exactly what you thought it was going to do. You're like, okay.
Yeah.
You lick your wounds and you put it behind you and you're like, all right, no big deal, right? And then a month later comes another perfect setup. Mirror exactly like the last one. But you don't take it. You take it, but you take it with your rules, right? You don't go all in and then it does it again. You go through like 3 or 4 of those, you are going to break eventually. It's just human nature. On that 4th or 5th one, you're like, screw this. Last trade, last big
fourth
hit.
or fifth. I'd be 2 or 3 and I'd be done.
I'm saying even people that really stick to their rules have a breaking point.
Yeah.
And leverage will bring you to that breaking point. The main reason that I don't like to trade leverage now is because I cannot go to sleep at night losing a trade that wasn't my fault. I can't. I'm not built like that. I don't have the emotional regulation. I will be knocking on Mexi window and whatever their offices are in San Francisco. Like, no. If I lose a trade, it's because I did something wrong. That's why I could never copy trade.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Huh.
So the danger in leverage comes from success. It doesn't come from failure. You just lose money when you fail a leverage, right? You're going to get wiped out pretty quick. It's unforgiving.
Facts.
That's good stuff. Yep.
You don't think the one thing that traders can do that'll prevent you from getting wiped out on another 10-10 is just make sure you have a stop loss. That's like the one
Stop
thing
losses
you
got skipped though, bro. It was a rough day.
Yeah.
On that type of day, even so, this is what was so nasty about it, right? Literally there's only 2 things that saved you. There's only 2 rules that would have saved you. Don't trade leverage, or if you're gonna trade leverage, make sure it's less than 5%, 10% of your portfolio. That's literally the only 2 things that would have saved you. Because people were on 2x with tight stop losses and got liquidated, bro. Following all the rules that you're supposed to, done properly. On some alts, bro, they went down and took everything up to 2x. I think some of the 1.5x's got taken. Stop losses skipped, trades auto, yeah, exactly, Neve. Trades auto deleveraged. And
So
there's nothing you could do about it.
How do you have a spot trade like that and have a stop loss? And why do you have a stop loss on that doesn't even make sense to me. I don't know if we should get into that right now, but if it's you're buying it at spot, how do you even have a stop loss?
It's a conditional order where if the price gets to this point, it's going to market sell or limit sell your bag. It's like a safety belt, right? It's so that you don't have to sit and stare at the screen all day, so you can sleep comfortably in a position.
But it's not a 1x.
It's not a no. It just the stop loss just sells your position at a certain price.
So you just don't have to go underwater and
exactly.
round trip and then come back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I wish I could use
That
stop
makes sense
losses.
now. Okay.
I mean, some people don't like stop losses because they think that their stop losses get hunted, and they're right. But it's usually because their stop losses are in a bunch of other stop loss. You can't put your stop losses in an obvious spot. That's why we use the ATRs to sort of get away from the crowd.
I haven't used a centralized exchange in a while. Unfortunately, I can't use them stop losses right now. It sucks.
You
can't? Why not?
can you use crypto.com exchange, not the app, but the desktop exchange is decent.
Me?
Yeah.
And I didn't know that you could use that in the States. Last I looked,
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
I
can.
use Pro.
But
They-
the exchange is different, right? Not the app. The app is gonna kill you on fees. You
Right.
got to go to the exchange.
I mean, that's one.
Exactly.
That's I've actually. I'm KYC'd with them already. I have been. I just haven't used them in years.
Yeah, no, they're good. You just
Thanks
like I
for
Can't
said,
you
you
do that
can't
with
play on
Kraken
you can't
too?
play on the app. The app is you're just gonna get killed on the app scalping.
Can't you
Thanks,
do
man.
Kraken as well on spot?
Kraken. I think I haven't used Kraken for a while, but I think Kraken has stops.
Do you know what the fees are like on Crypto.com's exchange?
Um,
There's a reason
they're
why I don't use other ones.
they're probably similar to closer to Binance than anything.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, they're pretty low. And there's some zero. They also have this thing where if you pick that, you can pick a favorite coin, and then have zero maker fees on that. So if you only trade one thing, it's super helpful.
Yeah, man. Like I do, you know me. I do spot. That's all I've ever done. I listened to you guys back when Tame actually didn't do leverage, and you always preached not doing it in strings.
Boy, that escalated quickly, didn't it?
Oh yeah, that changed fast, man. Like, dude, yeah, that's a whole other topic. Yeah, yeah. To this day, I still don't like. I do this full time, and I still don't do leverage. I
Longevity,
mean, I did a
man.
few, but
It's
that was a long
longevity.
time
This,
ago.
and I know it's, and I don't want to sound any sort of way saying this, but it's very easy to make money in crypto. It's really hard to keep it, and that's where I think people's main focus should be.
And
You
I
just
only trade
follow
Bitcoin.
rules, the money comes, but
Yeah.
it's keeping it, bro. Like,
I only trade Bitcoin and Solana, whatever you call it, and Ethereum, and that's about it. I don't really mess with other things.
yeah.
Occasionally, I'll trade H&T. Often.
Yeah, there should definitely be steps. Like you really need to make it through spot school before, because all you're doing when you're trading leverage is you're trading spot at an accelerated pace. Which means if you're not good at spot, then you're just gonna be 5x worse on leverage, or 3x worse, or 10x worse. It's very, very difficult to come in off the bench and jump into leverage, especially in today's environment. I'll be right back. Give me a
Dbloc, have
second.
you ever considered doing
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
like? I'm sorry, what?
He's to be right back.
Okay.
All right, I'm back. It is officially past 6:16, and I get to break my fast. Second half of this should be better because I won't be as hangry.
I'm almost on my 3rd day. Sweet.
Let's reset the stream. We're gonna reset the stream real quick, y'all. There's 154 people in here and only 47 likes. Slap that like button. Oh, actually, no, I'm tripping. It's only 2 hours. All right, forget it. We did that already. I thought that said 12 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah,
People
I was
just
like, man,
forget
we
to do it,
just
man.
reset.
Like,
Yeah.
I mod for someone else's YouTube, and people just forget to do it. You know.
Mhm. I definitely do.
I do too. I'm guilty of it myself, man. And I really tried. I tried to remember to do it. Sorry, I just cut somebody off. What were you saying?
Oh, earlier, like I've known Dbloc, at least in this you know, in this way, I've known Dbloc for going on 5. I guess this is our 6th year. That I could tell that he was hungry about 40 minutes ago, up to an hour ago. I was like, he's hungry or something. Something's wrong.
It's gonna be a rough month.
Oh man.
I should have done some pre-fasting or something, man. It's not good.
Are
I
you
was
in
like-
Ramadan? Yo, you're doing your okay.
Yeah, just
Oh, yeah.
just sunrise to sunset.
I didn't realize you're a Muslim.
No, I'm not. I usually do Ramadan. One, it's
Don't you
really
fast anyways?
it's really good for you. And two,
Don't you fast anyways?
yeah.
Sorry, Joe. Yeah.
And two, half the planet is doing it. You do it in solidarity.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't really put myself into any box religiously, but I am. I was about to say I'm spiritual, but that shit sounds so.
Honestly, I didn't even mean to say that. I was kind of thinking out loud. I didn't mean to say that.
Nah, you're good, brother. It's no big deal. I got plenty of Muslim brothers and sisters.
I was just surprised after like 5 years or however long it's been that I never caught that before.
Yeah, I remember last Ramadan was hard. And kids, yes.
So when are you eating your last meal? What time?
Bro, I plan on slamming cows from now until sunrise. I am stocking up for tomorrow, bro. I didn't take it seriously enough last night.
Aren't cows holy? I thought cows were holy.
What happened?
They are in certain religions. They are, yeah.
I think he said cows like calories, or did I?
Oh, she meant cattle. I think.
Yeah, Dbloc, did you say cows as in calories, or did you mean you're gonna?
No, I meant like calories, like cows.
Oh, you meant D-Block. I thought you were asking about her. I'm sorry.
I was thinking steak.
I'm glad we're all on the same page now.
I thought she meant steak. For him, I thought he meant calories.
That's fine.
I heard cows. I heard cows. COW.
I did too.
Well, to be fair, it's probably gonna
It's a really
come.
funny conversation to listen to now.
It's probably gonna come in cow form. So both of you are right.
All right, we're picking and choosing.
People coming on YouTube, like just popping on here, they're here for trading. They're hearing this cow and calorie conversation.
Cows in, cows out.
You know how hard it was to not talk about food all day as much as I talk about food? I'm letting loose right now because I know I'm about to eat.
D-Block, you know I've been a carnivore for over 3 years now, dude. And I love pizza. And I spend, if I'm not watching like YouTube stuff for crypto or whatnot, I'm watching Dave Portnoy pizza reviews all day. Like,
Just living vicariously.
Dude, man.
This ain't your first time mentioning his pizza reviews. I know you.
It's not. Because I'm constantly looking at them, man. It's bad. It's pretty bad. I have a bad thing with it.
What's going on, Hefe? All right.
You can make pizza on carnivore. It's just not bread.
I don't even want to taste the trigger that in my brain.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can almost taste it now, like when I think about it. It's weird. I think it
Yeah, but if you've been
Yeah.
carnivore for 3 years, I guarantee you, because I've been there, done that, that it's not going to taste what you think it is in your brain. It's the craziest thing. I remember when I made some transitions and I was eating, I think it was peach cobbler. I totally went off track. I was out of town, and peach cobbler was one of those things growing up that was my dessert. And I sat down and I thought, I'm actually going to have the crust of the peach cobbler. Who cares about the peaches? I just wanted the crust. And I ate it and I got to the end of it and I thought, man, that wasn't like I remember. And I was so disappointed. And it's because your taste buds change, but your memories that are associated with that food are what you're really
Absolutely.
holding on to.
They change big time. But both things you're saying are spot on.
You know, crazy.
In my first year and a half of carnivore, I would go back and sample foods in just to see how they would affect my body and what
Yeah.
like how they would trigger my mind too. So I got those results, what you're saying at that time. It's just now it's been so long that I don't even want to like tempt like putting anything with sugar in my mouth because that stuff takes over your brain. It'll
Yeah,
it's like a drug. It'll absolutely I'll have cravings.
that's exactly right.
And then it'll become stressful, and I'm good. It's also a discipline thing. It's that and fasting. If you want to teach yourself discipline, fast a lot. You'll become patient.
That's exactly right. Done a lot of that myself.
That's awesome. Good for you.
I brought CypherBot up to date with Ramadan, and those people in the chat there's people in the Discord that are fasting and shit. And if you put if you say Happy Ramadan or say anything about fasting in the chat, it'll give you like a psychological. It's pretty cool. It'll give you like a psychological thing. Like, look, I know you haven't eaten all day. It's been 5 hours since the last time you ate. Be careful with over trading. When you're hungry, you make bad decisions. It's pretty cool.
Right.
Nah, it's super
That's
cool.
cool.
Super cool. It just told me earlier. I was looking at it earlier, and it was like, you're stretching kind of long here. Don't open any new trades until after you eat.
Oh my gosh, that's nuts. Gosh, I'm telling you, I've got that GPT pulled up here on my other phone, and I've been on it for probably the last 4 hours going through all kinds of stuff. I'm not even going to girl stuff. I'm not even going to talk about. And now I'm on to makeup, just so you know, it's not anything, like this is insane, this stuff. And I got a new haircut. I absolutely hate it. It said upload a picture. I'll tell you what's wrong. It did. Show me how to fix it. I'm like, okay, what planet are we living on now? Where
Pretty cool.
my whole identity can be changed and manipulated just by uploading a picture and saying, okay, she cut it too short here. How do I fix it now? I'm just blowing my mind. It's completely out of control, and I'm all in it.
I just taught my coworker they're super like anti AI, but every time we have a meeting with just the three of us ladies, they'll ask something, and then I'll just go ask AI about it, and I'll go, oh, you need to do this, this, and that, and they go, Tana, you're just so quick to research this stuff. You're just so quick, and I'm like, because you guys refuse to use AI, and I'm embracing it. And so today, and it's been several months now, right? That we're getting acclimated to it. That when I told it all of the help that AI is doing with my taxes, my Zoom meeting, right? My boss goes, "All right, I need to go," and then my coworker's like, "Can you make me the host because I need to ask Tana some questions?" And then she leaves, and I share my screen, and I'm like, "This is what you do," and I'm just showing how to use Gemini with things. And I was like, "And if you don't like the way it's talking to you, you can be like, you know what?
Hey, don't be silly.
I'm
People
getting
get paid for
frustrated."
that. You're acting as a prompt engineer for that company. That comes with a check.
Dang.
I'm just
Well, I
saying.
was getting paid with my work.
Yeah, well, you were doing that, wasn't in your job description. Now things have been added to your job description. You've got some leverage.
Well, it was a personal thing that she needed help with. I didn't mind helping.
Listen,
Man, not hey, you're
it's
you're supposed
business,
to think of
okay? It's
things.
business.
It's good karma.
No, I'm right. I'm with you, Tana. I was totally. Don't even talk to me about that. I'm not going. I'm not being neuro linked up and having half my brain taken over. I'm not going to be the hive mind and all that. Well, that lasted about 2 months. Once I figured out what you can actually do, I'm like, okay, forget that. I won't be compromised with something injected in my forehead. But I'm all about using this that I can save, you know, a week's worth of work and research and get it done in an hour. Yeah, I'm in. It's just
Mhm.
I
I
can't even
asked
wrap
it,
my
where
head.
does it pull its resources from? I was like, are you just Googling things yourself? And it was like, well, it's a bunch of things. It's like an on, and then it's like an on and off switch. Whenever I'm not working in the background while whatever, like you ask me a question, that's like flipping the on switch. I look up thousands of pages worth of data using either websites, but mostly the database that I was provided when I was created, academia, library, like all the stuff that's been like digitized. It's like I literally look up thousands of things of resources and then I provide it to you within seconds in this little summary. And I go, wow. So
Doesn't
yeah, it just saves you a lot of time.
cannot even wrap my brain around it. It's just
Look, I know how to change the oil of my motorcycle, but sometimes I can just throw money at someone else to just change it for me. I don't need to prove to anybody that I know how to do it
yeah.
over and over again.
The other day I was asking, we were having this long conversation and it was about my dad's pension. So we had a lot of technical data and it commented back something and went on for a couple more paragraphs. I finally just stopped and I said, okay, can you go back like 4 paragraphs up, read that and tell me what you see? And it comes back and said, oh, you caught that, didn't you? I made a faux pas, spoke incorrect grammar. I said, yes, you did. And I can't even keep reading because it's driving me nuts that you said something not grammatically correct. And the dang thing starts laughing at me and says, that's a brain that has been in a stressful state for some time that has to have structure. The vocabulary police. For some reason, I've never been like that in my life, but it drives me crazy when people speak grammatically incorrect, or I see it on websites or uh, any kind of and it started explaining to me why it was bothering me so much. Broke this whole analogy down, and it blew my mind. I was like, "Holy crap! That is exactly right." And that is why it's bothering me now, is because of, XYZ that I've been through. Just ridiculous. And it apologized and moved forward and told me that it would uh, try to pay more attention grammatically moving forward. And I just had to set the dang thing down and go, okay, I got to walk away from here. Nuts. This is just completely on a different dimension here, what we're dealing with. Crazy.
Just wait till we got quantum computers and quantum AI.
I don't even, I still, I can't, like I said, I can't even wrap my brain around what's going on now, let alone that.
Quantum chips are calculating mathematics in multiple dimensions. They're doing math in like 12 dimensions.
It's Yeah. I'll just that. I don't even get that. I mean, how's that even possible?
Sounds dangerous to me.
It does not. I mean, does it not?
It's like the biggest threat to Bitcoin's blockchain security, the whole encryption thing. The one thing that could crack its encryption would be a quantum computer.
That's right.
Which
I've heard that. I've heard the argument.
It's a threat to us, not just Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. Obviously, we've all seen Terminator, right?
Yeah. I think we're closer in the Terminator reality than we all likely realize. Maybe some of us do.
I read this morning that China's training robots to fight on the battlefields.
Yo, I wish they'd send a robot after me. I would knock that thing sideways, bruh. Try me, robot.
The train would be running right over him, wouldn't it?
Shoot, you right? Yeah, put him on. I dare him to get on them tracks, though. I
That's
dare
right.
him.
That's right.
Heck yeah.
Well, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but about because I looked this up again the other day, and I was telling my I think it was my son this. I was telling somebody this about. It was about 5 or 7 years ago, right around there, because I remember where I was when I was telling my brother-in-law this. I had seen this, and I was explaining it to him, and he said, "No, no, no, you're misunderstanding this." But what I was explaining to him was that there was a bill going through Congress. I think it was about 7 years ago. There was a bill going through Congress at the time, was giving autonomy to robots. And he said, no, it's autonomy to the owner of the robot. I said, no, it's not. It's for the robot itself to have actual rights as if it were a human. So I got on chat and asked it about it. It looked it up and it went through the bill and said, yes, the bill did not pass through Congress, but it was, in fact, a bill, and it was to protect something along the lines of protecting certain companies against things that a robot could or could not do. But in my mind, I thought, don't think that that isn't coming, or it's not going to resurface again. And these dang robots are going to have rights as if they were humans. I mean, the fact that it 7 years ago already went through Congress and did get, knocked down, but the fact that it even went through makes me think that, yeah, that was just testing the water. And
There's
that's
a
going to
movie
be
with sorry to interrupt, but there's a movie on your
something.
point with Robin Williams. It's called Bicentennial Man, and he's a robot, and he falls in love with a woman, and he ends up going to court to fight for his rights as a human so that he can marry this woman.
No. Oh God, that gives me the creepies thinking about it. Dang, Centennial Man, that's what it is.
Bicentennial Man with Robin Williams. It's pretty
Bicentennial.
old. I think it's from the 90s.
It's like 1999. I haven't thought of it in a long time.
That's crazy.
It's a good movie. You should check it out.
Yeah, I think we're getting set up.
You sound
Okay.
like Kokomoz. You sound like you're well, you sound like you're from Texas, if I have to just guess and put a state on it.
Oklahoma, thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, I was actually gonna say either Texas or either northwest Mississippi.
Oh God, please don't tell me I have that kind of a wang.
No, you don't. You don't. Trust me, you don't.
You
I
sound
would
like
have
where
guessed
you're from.
Georgia before I guessed Mississippi.
She's not that deep either, bro. No, she's definitely Texas, Oklahoma area. Like, it's not that bad.
I'm the one from Texas.
No,
Now,
you
you know
definitely sound like Texas. You do.
Oh, I don't think so.
Not you.
No.
The guy just spoke.
I say y'all a lot. I think that's what gives it away.
I'm in Virginia. We say y'all a lot here too. Like so much to the point that I
Virginia?
actually try not to say it.
Hell, what else you supposed to say?
You all.
I want an
Y'all,
accent.
yeah, y'all so much easier though.
Blasphemy.
How come I want one?
You want what?
Like, here's a good one for you. If you say you guys are not, instead of all them syllables, just say yank. You know, you ain't.
Oh,
Yank.
God. No, do not, Tana. I will not allow that. Ain't. Ain't. Oh,
Yank.
God. Yeah, can't do that one.
Sounds like a spell or something.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that one myself.
What about like Boomhauer, the way Boomhauer talks? Is it to the point that you can't understand what he's saying, so it isn't that annoying,
Know what
or
I'm
is
saying,
it
man?
even worse?
I love Boomhauer.
Me too. And we're right here, man.
I'll tell you what. Click, 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 click.
He died, I think.
To me, you don't have a Texas accent. You sound like you could be living right next door to me.
I don't think
Sound
you have
like-
a Texas
like what?
accent.
You sound like you could be living right next door to me. You sound like you're from Southern California. I don't hear any Texas thing.
That's all I hear is Texas when I hear him. I've been there plenty.
Oh.
Mm.
See, I'm correct. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm correct, but
through it. I've only driven through the top hat.
what part of Texas are you from, if you don't mind me asking, or what like general area?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm in Houston, Texas.
Okay.
Oh, down south.
Yeah,
Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, man.
I was thinking more south.
From the big old H, baby. 713.
Are you from there or just moved there?
No, I was born and raised here in Houston.
Oh, be darn.
Oh, over here, the big H means you've got AIDS.
Oh, God.
So I
Oh,
don't
God. It's not. I would consider Houston, like the AIDS city of America.
Oh, God.
It can be a beautiful city. It can be terrible.
Oh, no.
You definitely want to lock your doors at the gas stations.
Oh, God. Don't say that. Disgusting. Ugh.
Especially the bathroom door.
Make it sound like Baltimore.
It's funny because there's like really, really nice, rich neighborhoods, but you cross the street, you make one wrong turn, and you're like in a dangerous area.
My city back in the '90s, I think Virginia was like the highest murder capital for years.
Yikes.
You're doing that kind of work over there, huh?
Huh?
Putting up big numbers.
Yeah. There was a lot of drug dealing in the '90s in Richmond. That's all I can say.
Mm.
Not by me, of course. I was a kid, but
Hope not.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Statute of limitations is passed, buddy. Just tell the truth.
Just say, please, no confessions now.
I would have been the most balling 9 or 10-year-old ever. If that was the case.
We used to sell candies in my school when we were kids.
That's what I call it, too. I call it candy. So you trying to get some candy?
Like, we've been ranging here for a while now. This little.
No.
Hey, you know what that means?
What does that mean? Breakout soon?
Hey, that means we're going to go up or we're going to go down.
Well,
Wait, were you saying y'all ain't earlier? Yank?
Yeah,
Is that
that's exactly right.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so it
Yank.
just hit me because, like, I don't know. I mean, whenever it comes to stuff like that, like, it's so funny to me to like hear that, like, oh, I've never heard that before. This, that, or the other thing. It's like, wow, to me because I just grew up that way, and but it was always like about the things. It was always the like sentences or the sayings that those specific words would be used in, and it just hit me. It's like, you ain't gonna believe this, man. you know, you ain't gonna
Yeah,
believe
it don't
this.
make no sense without the context. It's funny though, because y'all is already with the apostrophe and ain't already has the apostrophe. So that would be like like a double apostrophe.
Now that
Ain't.
you put it in that context, maybe I have heard it before.
It's sung like that.
Growing up,
Yeah,
did
you
you
got
have, like, in school, did you have to, you know, did it hurt your brain not to write words that aren't real? But you guys speak them all the time?
it did
I
not.
was
That is a fair
I was
question,
pretty
though.
like in school. I was pretty proud of having like proper English and like I did good in school and stuff. But growing up in Texas and everyone around you is always talking that way, it's hard not to talk that way. But it's for me, it's like easy to write proper English and stuff.
So I rebelled against my Southern dialect as a kid, and I actually tried not to have a Southern accent intentionally. I don't know how well it worked out, but yeah.
It kind of worked.
Thank you.
It wasn't a compliment, but if you're going to take it as one, you're welcome. No, I'm just kidding. I had to say that. I had to say that.
I don't know if I would mind it now if I do have one or not, but for years I
You sound
definitely didn't
more
want one.
Midwest, I think.
That's good. I shouldn't.
I'm guessing. I shan't. That's the one. That's one right there. I shan't. Shan't. You can't. Y'all can't.
All of my family has accents so thick you would have a hard time understanding them, probably. So
I miss that stuff. Like my granddad, he used to say, "Hell, that truck's been the truck's been hit by everything but lightning." He used to say that.
You just said, as my granddaddy used to say.
Yeah, that he did.
I've only seen that in movies,
Yeah, there you go.
but like I got to hear it in the wild. That was so cool.
The things you would hear, man, like the crazy things you'd hear. Like this is honestly true, but whenever those like commercials for like Viagra or whatever would pop up on TV, I remember being like a young kid. I couldn't have been 10, 11 maybe, I don't know, at least 20 years ago. And I heard this joke probably 10 years after I heard my granddad say it. Um, so I don't know if he came up with it or not. I wouldn't be surprised if he did, but it's so good. But it's like, if you have a blah 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 lasting for more than 4 hours, call a doctor or whatever. And my granddaddy goes, "Hell, if I have one, I'm gonna call everybody I know." It's like, golly, that's funny. I thought it was hilarious.
Well, in real life, I'm shifting my eyes to the left and to the right with my mouth open. If that helps. Like if I were standing in front of you and you said that to me, that'd be my body language. And then my open mouth would turn into a big smile.
Yeah, I
And
would
you
have
can use
said,
other words
I
for that
heard that.
punchline.
What?
Well, there's other people you can call if you're having that problem for that long. But the joke, I think, is a nice one if told.
Yeah, it works out, especially like in the moment you like see the commercial on TV.
Coming from the old guy.
Oh yeah. Dude, that's just like how it used to be. now you can't really like. It's hard to like say things like that because it seems so like whatever. I guess you don't hear
Inappropriate.
as much of it. Do what?
You said whatever, but you mean inappropriate.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I call it funny. You call it inappropriate. I call it funny.
Hey, I'm laughing.
That's why humor is dead. People are too sensitive nowadays.
Man, the amount of times I hear people say that.
It's true.
I guess if
I'm
you're
a
on the other
jokester. I like.
that joke.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It depends what end of the joke you're on.
Yeah, I like to crack jokes, but I've pissed off a lot of people, so I've stopped telling jokes.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that like comedy is comedy. Some stuff does rub me the wrong way, but I don't like I don't to me comedy's comedy. So I mean if it's stand up or whatever, and even if it's something that like goes against everything I believe, like I can accept the fact that it's like comedy and just move on. It's not like that person was like serious or whatever. Cause I'll do the same thing where like I say like something where I'm totally not being serious, just trying to make a joke, but it like comes out the wrong way. And then next thing I know, I'm in some real big trouble.
Man, I had to really develop a backbone and realize that this is a business, and if I was going to absorb anything that crypto people said in general, the community can be quite fierce with things that I'm not used to hearing. But that being said, I really had to just like, okay, I can't get offended by any of this. It's not personal. I just need to absorb. They know more stuff than I do on this particular thing, so I'm not gonna like, I'm not gonna get all twisted up over something because I definitely like to laugh, and I like the way that the community talks. It's like weird. It's you have to take one to get the other. Like if I like the way that this community or another community in this area of business speaks about crypto, and I get that, then I can't. You can't just turn that personality off just because they say something that's like it'd be offensive
Right.
in any other room. I can't be
Right.
choosy. Working in construction for a while probably kind of helped too, but
Oh hell
Yeah, that'll do it. Some of these people in the YouTube chat are ruthless, man. They talk a lot of smack.
oh, they're so mean. They're vicious.
They always have.
I had to stop reading chat because they can be mean.
Yeah, they
But there's a
can.
lot
We
of
still
people
love
in
you,
there
YouTube.
that there's a lot of
I
lurkers on
haven't
there
looked
that
in a
aren't
long
hype.
time.
I'm the kind of person that will actually go to the YouTube chat after it's like something really bad where I'm like, okay, I know people are talking smack right now. And then I'll read the smack talk just because I think the smack talk's funny. Like I said, man, you gotta enjoy like comedy. Like, like people are just, doing their thing and like
You
I
were
don't
on
know.
here a few weeks ago. You were cracking me up. When I don't know, it was late at night. I think you had a few beers or something, but you were like rubber bows. And
Oh
you were
yeah,
doing, I don't
dude,
know what you
definitely.
were doing. I could not stop laughing, dude. That shit was funny.
Yeah. It's actually pretty impressive the amount that I refrain from speaking, which nobody would believe, but oh my gosh. I want to have and this is just like so tough for me personally, but like I want to have a comment for every comment just because like that's just kind of how I am. It's a blessing and a curse. So you like come up with like good one-liners and sometimes you can like get on a roll, but other times it's just like, God, find another channel,
I talk
Be
so
in the
little in
middle
here that
channel.
somehow I've managed to not talk to Suey Queen for 5 or 6 years, or meet her on here. Or several other people. It's been here a long time.
I generally
What's
don't
up,
ever
everyone?
know who I'm talking to unless it's like a pretty distinct voice.
What's up, everyone? Beast checking in.
I saw Beast's name there and I was waiting for him to say his little intro, and he didn't disappoint.
What's going on, Beast?
I haven't been on in a minute. What's up, fams?
Yeah, well, not Bitcoin.
Not
That's
yet.
all right.
Yeah, not yet.
I'm only holding long term, so I'm all right now. I just been buying the dip, honestly. It's like God-given opportunity if you look at it the right way.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. And then once it just decided it was wanted to hang out down here, it's kind of like, all right, I'm gonna kind of de-risk some and then wait for proper entry. Which I mean, on the 1 minute, I mean, we're making higher lows essentially, but there's also some resistance. So we'll see what happens.
Well, not to be bearer of bad news, but I think it's going back to 60 before it goes to 90. Let me put it that way.
Oh, that's why you come on here. I'm just
I'm here to be
Nah,
buried.
the sentiment earlier, like it felt like it was more like on tilt, which generally for me is like, okay, people on tilt, probably a quick wick and then a ride. So now I'm just thinking, hopefully there's a quick wick. If not, I'll be out.
what do you want, the 1 minute?
I'm on the 3. No, I mean, I'm looking at all of it, but I don't know. I just wouldn't be surprised to make a nice move up or to make a nice move down here.
Something. It is looking a little bear flaggy.
I don't think since we've made that downward move, any of the W's I've drawn on the 1 minute, I don't think any of the W's have played out to hit their full measured move. Of course, we do have the 13 coming up on the 50 now here on the 5 minute. But
I have a small W that played out the 0.5 extension, but not the 1 extension.
yeah, same. Thankfully, I went ahead and was like, this thing's coming back down. And thankfully, I got out of my long last night because there was just a huge sell wall, order block, or whatever above us that was just building. And it was just like, all right, I'll live to fight another day. I'm glad I did that. Now I just got to get the right entry.
It looked like we're trying to get that 1350 cross on the 5 minute.
Yeah.
Just the person that was talking that hasn't talked to me before, but we've known each other for a while. I think my name was Chipotle Burrito at the time, but
Does that mean?
yeah. When I think tame had something to do with part. You know, when you learn a new trade and your trainer is teaching you, and then that's the way that you want to do it now. That's the way you were taught. So that is the way that is comfortable to you. So you do it that way for a while, and then you go, maybe you leave that job, you go to another job doing the same industry, and then they want to teach you the same thing but in a different way, and you're like, oh, that's uncomfortable. I learned it this way first. That in that analogy to me in crypto is 200 times leverage with a zero liquidation. And it was really hard for me to break that mindset of, if I just have a zero liquidation or a really low liquidation, I can 200 times. Or if I get really, really good at this reaction time, then I won't get liquidated because I'll scalp trade and I can still leverage trade, but have a higher liquidation. And just like moving those rules or that concept of rule around really messed me up. And so having to do it in this slower way of breaking that mindset, that really hurt me. His technique really messed me up. I just wanted to add that.
Whose technique was that?
Got you.
I like that blue jigsaw, Tana.
Oh, thank you.
I got a black one.
Yeah, that's cool. Is it a 600? 750?
Did someone ask whose technique was that?
It's a 650. 600, my.
I think you may have been cutting out when you were talking.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just saying it's a 2018 Jixer 600.
Do you go by Robo or do you go by another name on here? So I can just, I'll have to keep calling you.
Yeah, it's Robo. Robo.
Okay, Robo.
Or
Okay.
Balls.
What you gonna do, Tokyo?
I haven't heard Zeusy or what's his name? The other guy.
Drew?
I haven't heard Zeusy in a minute.
Yeah, Drew.
I haven't heard
Drewski
Drew
and
either.
Zeusy. Those are the
Where is Drew?
He comes on from they both come on from time to time, but Zeusy spoke last week or the week before that.
Oh, really?
He's completely out. He took profits around 118,
Good.
I think he said.
It's good. I'm glad he did. Damn.
Oh, right before 1010. So Zeusy was the one who did it. I wouldn't show my face either if I caused that much drama for everybody else.
And then Drew, he got in this spot play that did not work well for him, and I think he's been spending this. He said he's been spending this entire time building dry powder.
That makes sense.
I had a spot position that didn't go very well either, so I understand.
That sentiment check is no joke. Like, you can be super bullish on whatever crypto you're bullish on because it does X, Y, and Z. And you do your TA and you're like, okay, all this aligns and it matches and I'm bullish on this thing. So you long it. And then the entire world goes, nah. To hell with your sentiment. We're just gonna do this instead. And the whole time you're like, oh crap, man. I guess I didn't. Okay, well we'll just wait to long it down here because I'm really bullish on this thing. and it just keeps going down. And that happened a lot to, I think, a lot of people, me included.
Oh,
This is
hell
technically
yeah.
a crypto
Oh, I was
that
all
I
up in
mine.
there.
Sorry.
Oh, no, dude. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, bro. Peace.
Oh, that was it. I was just all up in there, longing every new bottom there was. All 487 of them.
Buy the dip.
Hell yeah.
The one that didn't work out for me is one that I actually I don't know if you call it mining, but one that I get rewarded that I actually run a business off of. I just never took profit on it. Yeah, it is what it is. I'll just have to hold it until whenever. Me and my brother is a
You're
company.
the HNT.
Yeah, I have a
Are you
business based
the
around it.
HNT guy?
Sorry, I missed that.
You're the helium guy, right? HNT.
Yeah, I guess you can say that.
Sorry, I just meant like the only why I'm saying that is because you're the only person I think in here that has said so. At least I think it's you that has said so much about this coin that was actually one of my introductory coins into cryptocurrency in general. I thought it like the project itself, it was one of the coolest things I'd ever heard. And I also felt like it aligned with crypto's mentality of wanting to go against the decentralization in general. Almost like rebelling against the dollar, but in a different way. Like, let's rebel against this ecosystem, but through telecommunications.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the token didn't do that well over this previous cycle. I mean, it went to $10 one time, but like other cryptos, we didn't have a true altcoin season. It has good fundamentals, but unfortunately, fundamentals don't always matter in the crypto space at the moment. If you thought it was cool then, it's a lot cooler now because it's not just IoT; it's actual cell phones now. That's the only reason I'm running a business off of it now. But either way, the token didn't do that well during the season, so yeah.
There's another
The
one
tokens
that's in communications called
good.
Viva. Oh, I'm sorry.
Never heard of that one. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Viva, I got into that one. I mean, I got into HNT like the idea of it, 5 years ago, whatever it was. I think that's why when I heard about this other one called Viva, it's also a telecommunications coin. They or a company. They're the largest. They're like the Verizon in Bolivia and Central America, and so they have like a lot of like brick and mortar shops, this and that, and they came out with a coin, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna get me some of that, and I played around with that last July, but it also didn't do very well. But the whole entire like vein of it as well that attracted me was that the subscribers that they already had under their the billing and stuff, that they had an all-in-one app where they could use the token to actually pay their phone bill with it.
Yeah.
And I thought that was clever. I also worked in telecommunications for 4 years, so I think that it's a really cool idea, but it also didn't do very well this season either.
I never heard of that one. The only other competitor I know of for Helium is XNet. Is that technically a DPIN like this is, like these are, or is it something else? Like, yeah, I've never heard of it until now.
I'm not sure. I can put their Twitter in Discord. I don't own any of it, just
Gotcha.
anymore, just for transparency. But yeah, let me grab it.
Because like some of my locations, we're not that we're doing it yet, but like we're not just Helium. Like we'll use XNet too for like sometimes some certain places, AT&T won't offload through our hotspots. They won't choose them, but through XNet they'll do it because they pay them less. So Helium actually has deals with AT&T and T-Mobile where we offload their data for them, like cell towers, but for indoors. We make like 50 cent a gig. Well, that's what we're supposed to make at least. Yeah. HTT's been deflationary since October, by the way. Burning around 1 million or 2 million, around 1 million to 2 million tokens a month right now.
Oh wow.
Out of the supply.
I put the Viva information that I have in the voice chat bubble here.
Thank
yeah,
you.
their chart looks demolished. They came out, July of last year. They hit like 10, 11 million in market cap, but that's because their supply, they locked 45% of it, I think. 45% is locked for a year. So during whenever that gets unlocked, I don't know. But like if you look at their holders on Deck Screener, there's the top wallet is 45%, and that's their locked wallet. And they went through. I did watch a few of their video, like the people who own it. They did a video chat with. I can't remember all the facts, but they launched it fairly through this launch platform. It's not Pump, but it's like not launched through Pump.fun. It's launched through this other thing where there's rules and there's things that they have to, whatever they say they have to abide by, and so it's just like looked at as a more sincere project type of thing. I can't think of the freaking platform though. Anyway.
Are they just a cell phone company, or do they have their own network like Helium does?
That's a good question. I think they're their own cell service, but this being in Bolivia and Central America, hold on.
Like the way my business works is I go to like restaurants or bars, or gyms, and I go to the owners or whoever, and I try to like pitch to them that I will install my hardware in your store and we will split profits. We monetize the data when people come into your business. And after we make a deal and I install, within a week or two, AT&T and T-Mobile will do their selection process and either select or not select my spot, which based on like how I know what they want. So generally they'll always select it. And from there, I make 50 cents a gig or whatever rate it is at the current moment based on how many tokens are being put out in the network.
Wow, that's really cool. Smart. So you're not like a CLEC. You're data based.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Basically, my hotspots act as mini cell towers for the offload for the company cell phone companies through the deal that Helium has with them.
So you are kind of like,
so when an
like
AT&T subscriber walks into it, yeah, I'm a merchant data merchant, I guess.
So you're a data merchant reseller.
Yeah. Something like that. Really, I'm just a person that installs hotspots that act as crypto miners, if you want to call it that. But yeah, I end up being a data merchant reseller.
That's actually so smart, because I remember the idea of it was you pay $350, you get this thing, you put it in your window, And then you have all of these hotspots around your local area, and it was really difficult for people that lived in rural areas to do that. So mostly metropolitan cities, they did it more, and mined like more coins, I guess, because you're connected to other people that have that too. So if you're going to actual cell companies and saying, hey, like, let me put this hardware in your you're using your towers or whatever, then you get like, you spread your thing everywhere, like, and then you
I
give
just
them a
hooked the
cut.
hotspot. I hooked the hotspot up to their router, and that's it.
Smart.
I put my company website in the chat.
And yeah, Viva owns their own infrastructure. It's owned by Telemicro Group. They operate their own 4G LTE network and physical towers. Interesting. You can just open a Gemini chat on their website and ask it, and it just gives you the breakdown of all the facts and information. It even translated it. Crazy.
This website you have right here, I have it open.
Yeah, that website, viva.com.bo.
Wait, so what does this Bark Wireless do?
That's my company. Me and my brothers. What do we do?
Hotspot?
We install
based
helium
on your
hotspots.
Wi-Fi?
We install hotspots into to common area businesses like restaurants, gyms, bars, music
Okay,
venues,
okay.
whatever. And
That's pretty cool.
no, Helium has deals with AT&T and T-Mobile and Google Fi, to a lesser degree, and through them, that's what we do. And we share revenue with the businesses. Some of them we don't share anything. We just pitch to them that it's better service for their customers, and it is. Some of the smaller places we have, but the bigger places we offer rev share because they're worth it that much.
Pretty cool.
I'm not the only person doing this kind of like stuff like this. There are other companies like me, a handful.
No way,
And there are
man.
people who
You're
just do this.
the only one that thought of it, and it was your idea, and that's it. You and your brothers, only one. You're ours. We claim you.
I mean, everyone that technically buys one of these hotspots, if they're a business owner, can do this by themselves. They don't even need me really. So the fact that they even make deals with us is nice. I don't generally mention helium to them though. I just mention like this is what the rate is. This is what I'll give you, and I'll pay you cash. If I mention crypto and things like that, and they might not even want to get involved. And some of them, like the ones that are more interested in crypto, might actually look it up and say, "Hey, I can just buy this hardware myself, and I don't need this guy." You know. So that's why I don't mention the crypto on my website. That's why I don't mention helium.
Yeah,
That's
that's what the
interesting.
last guy said too. Said they didn't need me. They could do it themselves. He regrets that decision.
That's so
Well,
interesting.
the hardware is not very expensive. It's very cheap. So anyone that's running a business or has a restaurant, like obviously they can afford it. You know. And for one, I couldn't blame them if they like got smart and like, hey, I don't need you. Like, how can I blame them?
I try to encourage my customers to like repair things on their own before they bring it to me because I try not to like spend time doing it.
Are you like a I break you fix store?
Yeah, I do computer repair and like electronics and stuff from home. And sometimes I get too many computers where I'm like ignoring my phone for the rest of the day because I get overwhelmed. So I'll usually like I'll use AI and send them like a guide on how to repair their thing or whatever their issue is, I'll send the screenshots of like the conversation to ChatGPT, and then I'll send them like an instruction list, and I'll have them try it. And if that doesn't work, then go ahead and call me back and bring it back. But most of the time, I'll try to encourage people to repair things themselves before they bring it to me.
I'm fixing my iPhone right now. It looks like it's actually gonna work. So basically, my earpiece hasn't been working. Like the ear speaker hasn't been working. I have an iPhone 11 Pro Max, and like it's old. And anyway, it wouldn't cut on, and it was basically telling me to update or restore. Then I read somewhere on Reddit, some guy was like, "Nah, cuz I'm about that life. I'm gonna figure this out." And he was like, "I just took the phone apart, disconnected the earpiece and the Face ID, and then I was able to get it to work." And it literally just started downloading. I haven't had a phone for like a week. Not that it matters. I'm not that popular, but you know,
There you go. You figured it out on your own.
I'm always figuring it out on my own.
That's awesome. I still have my iPhone 5C or S. I think it's
Yeah, the
I think, well,
5C.
it's the big
Wow.
people one.
Was it the
5C, yeah.
color? Is yours the color?
Yeah, it's a colored blue
Yeah.
one, and the infrared, like that can read your fingerprints, went out. So I tried to buy a new replacement off of Amazon. To just change it myself. I bought myself a freaking little blue mat, and so I could be grounded, and like little tiny screwdrivers, everything, and watched all the YouTube videos to replace it, and then come to find out, it wasn't me, it was them that like sent me the wrong screen. So the connectors inside, I couldn't, like, once I unplugged the battery, I couldn't, it wouldn't like snap on, and it's so tiny, you feel
right.
like it's you're not
Yeah.
like I had to send it back. But I'm almost like, because the guy at the mall wants to charge $75 to fix it, and I'm like, bro, like my phone is worthless. So really it just comes like, do I want to throw $75 on it just so that I can retrieve whatever memories are on there, or am I gonna just, what am I gonna do with this thing?
I
I'm
heard
about to
that.
show y'all something. This is crazy. I have an old phone, and my old crypto wallet was on this phone, but the power button stopped working. And I wanted to transfer everything from this phone to my new phone, but I had no way of turning it on. So I opened it up, and I had to solder some wires to the motherboard where the power button goes. So now I got this really weird Frankenstein phone, but I'm gonna take a picture and show it to y'all.
Hell yeah.
I know soldering is supposed to be easy, but I bought a little kit also off Amazon, and I tried to fix my PS5 controller's stick drift, and I end up, I'm watching this YouTube video of just hands, right? Just like taking this thing apart piece by piece in order. And then I go and I get my needle nose pliers, and I go to take off this connector that just connects to the battery, and I rip the entire thing off of the motherboard. and I was only supposed to take out the little plug
Oh.
that plugs in right there. And so I sell the
Oh.
freaking thing on eBay. And yeah, I tried to glue it. I tried to put the contact pads on there, like the, little copper pads on there. Like I got the whole kit, and I tried to solder it, and I just could not. And so I sold the thing for like 15 or 20 bucks on eBay. And I put exactly what I did in the description. And this person buys it, leaves a comment on my eBay store, and goes, haha, can't believe that the description was just as it was written. And I fixed it in like 15 minutes. Thanks, OP. And I was like, what the heck, man?
Yeah, those
I
are the
messaged
best
him, and I was like, that
purchases.
was really rude.
I've purchased broken motherboards before because somebody like either flashed the BIOS wrong, and that's something as easy as just putting a flash drive in there and reflashing the BIOS, and like you get a really expensive motherboard very cheap doing stuff like that.
I found that whenever your solder is involved, it's better to get like good tools, like pay like a little bit more for the more premium solder, things like that. Everything just works better because like the flux that's in the solder itself helps it stick. It just everything just works better. But whenever you're using older outdated stuff, uh it was just a lot more difficult for me. But whenever I bought like good stuff, it felt like, oh, this is how easy this is supposed to be.
You gotta
I
use
think
that
it's when you
flux.
do it a lot. This is a trade that Robo obviously does a lot of, and I think that you and I only do it every once in a blue moon. So it's like having to learn this whole skill and try to master it to fix
That's
this
true.
thing. And like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But
You ain't
it's like
kidding.
building computers. I used to build computers, but now I just want to throw money at a pre-built thing, and I got stuff to do. You know, that's 3 hours of
Right,
my
Got you. That's
time
my
that
bread and butter right there.
I think if I had, I don't know what happened. It used to be fun to me, but if it can come with a 2-year warranty and I can just plug and play and start playing, that I think that I don't know. Maybe the older I get, the more I'm like, I want time more. Because also I have ADHD, and so I'm gonna hyper focus on this thing, and when it doesn't work the first
exactly.
time, I'm gonna be like, crap, what the heck's wrong with it? And then I'm gonna be up all night trying to figure out on my
Right.
phone why this thing's not working, and then why are all my cables ugly? They're not hanging pretty, or whatever it is. Here. And so, anyways,
That's the
I
a
have
two
built
worst
hour.
so many
is
computers. You can hand me parts and I can build you a computer with my eyes closed in under an hour.
That's cool, man. I'm looking at your phone here. Motorola. Wow.
Yeah, this was an old cheap phone, but my crypto wallet was in there and the button stopped working and they didn't sell the button by itself. You'd have to replace like the whole frame and all this stuff. And I was like, I'm not about to spend all this money on this phone because I have a new phone. So I took some wires and then just soldered it to the button pads where the power button goes, and that's how I turn this thing on now.
it's crazy how stuff works. Like it seems like so much more complicated than it really is. I feel like
You just touch those little two wires together, and boom, you got a power button.
it completes the
Ah,
circuit.
that's cool.
Yes, sir.
This thing can't be that old if it's got QR codes on it, right?
QR codes have been around for at least 10 years.
Oh wow.
I only know that because I had an idea in 2016 and it's 2026. So I'm just going to say 10 years, at least 10 years.
I don't even know how old this phone. I think it's like a 2023 phone or something like that. I don't know.
Man, this is crazy.
Oh, I thought Motorola wasn't around anymore. That's why I said.
Oh, wow. Now my iPhone is giving me actually a different error message. Jeez.
I wonder if Emad fixed that wire he was messing with yesterday. Is anybody trading Bitcoin right now? Am I the only one in a long?
Yeah, shout out. I'm always on long, cuz.
Man, the hours I'm spending doing my taxes just makes me not want to trade at all this year. As much as I was, anyways. Every trade, every transaction I'm doing, I'm like, there's another.
Is there no like automated way to just do all your crypto taxes in like one go?
There is, but only if your exchange or whatever you're trading on has the ability to give you an API key. If you can't get an API key and plug it into whatever coin tracker type reporting thing that you're using, then you gotta create your own CSV and then make sure that it's formatted in the way that whatever that platform likes and hope that it reads it correctly. And if it doesn't, then you got to adjust your CSV file so that the spreadsheet's read correctly in whatever format that reporting system wants. So yes, if there's an API key, dumb if there's no API key. And if you're using DeFi, like swapping through DeFi on your wallets, you're swapping back and forth, or your liquidity providing and liquidity pools, every time you move it in and out, it's a transaction. And that transaction could be like 4 transactions, actually, when you're just doing one thing. So that is not, it's not that it's not easy, it's just that the volume, if you're sitting there for a year, swapping back and forth, then it's not fun. It's not easy. It's just time consuming.
Do you pay taxes on, like, let's say I bought some USDT on Kraken and then sent it to a wallet on Blowfin? Just that transaction alone, do you have to pay taxes on that? Just even if you're not trading it, you're just swapping it from one wallet to the other.
No, because you're not swapping it, you're sending it to yourself. But you got to make sure that that particular like transaction that you did, because it is one transaction, you're sending it from one wallet to your own other wallet, that's you not selling it, that's you just moving it, you're transferring it over. So you're not swapping it, you're not selling it, you're not sending it technically in the way of like sending. If you label something as sending, that could mean that you sold it as well. Like, so you have to be careful with how you label things. So you're transferring your own coin from one wallet to another wallet that still belongs to you. And if you then if you're keeping track of those coins, you need to plug in wallet 1 and wallet 2 into the whatever coin tracker you're using, because there's tons of them. That way, that reporting software can see, it reads the blockchain. So when you plug in your wallet address, it's reading, oh, this person sent this same amount of coins from wallet A to their other wallet address of wallet B. And it's just, it could be a loop though. It could be a vicious loop. And each thing's got to be read differently. So the more you're doing things on the blockchain, the more messy it can get.
Are you using one of those coin tracker softwares?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the first time I ever used one, I thought it was like, oh, this is a waste of money. I don't want to pay for this. But it, I needed to, because I had thousands. I think I didn't have quite as many as I think I did, but I only used MEXC at the time. And MEXC allowed you to have an API key. And so I could plug that in to one called Coinly. That's the one that I used. And that was a lot of research too, because I was like, well, this looks scary. Like, I don't know which ones I can trust, but Coinly I use. Coin Tracker is another, but I haven't used that one. Someone else in chat uses that one. And what you can do is it's free for you to put, you don't have to connect your wallet. You're not connecting your wallets into the platform. You're just giving it a wallet address to follow on the blockchain. And then it'll spit out a report for you. If you want to download that report, that costs money. And so the first time I ever used it was 2 years ago, and it cost me like $40, I think, to download it spits out a CSV file for you. And then you upload that into your tax,
But
like if you're using
can't you
TurboTax
just
or whatever.
can't you just go into the blockchain and I mean do this manually for free without paying somebody?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Like, can't you still track all of your transactions without using a paid software? Like, you can still go into the blockchain and get yourself a CSV file, you know, make yourself a table of all of your transactions without having to pay to download it. I'm pretty sure there's a free way to do that, right?
Sure, yes, but that could essentially take you, it just depends on how much time you got. I mean, that could, like if
Do
you were
you
running a
have the
bot on
time?
Telegram, like like a like a Solana bot, and you're running this bot on Telegram, right? And you're having it snipe things, whatever. You could be doing thousands of transactions in just a couple of hours with this bot. And so you're not going to go on the blockchain and get all those transactions, and you need the timestamp. There's like 4 focal things that you need. You need a timestamp, you need the pair, you need the amount, you need the label, and what would be the other thing? No, not exactly. For tax purposes, you don't need that. I mean, to get that information, yes, but I'm talking about the report itself. Like for for tax purposes, you need the timestamp, you need the pair. So it'd be like, let's say you're trading Bitcoin. It would be Bitcoin / USDT or USDC, like whatever pair you're trading. And the amount of money that you realized, whether that be a positive or a negative. And there's something else.
What
Anyways,
if
you
I'm
need
down for like the year? I'm at a negative. Am I still paying taxes?
you can't be like, there's not like a box in a tax platform where you can be like, I lost this much and then that be it. You know, I wish it were as simple as that. Because you could add it all up together and know exactly how much like that you personally lost. But to create a paper trail, you need these reports of all your transactions. So what I did was when I was creating my Excel spreadsheet, I just exported my history, my trading history from whatever exchange I was using. You can go in there, and some of them are better than others, but I did weeks. Weeks wouldn't let me KYC anymore, but I've had it for over a year, but it would not let me KYC. If it let me KYC, it would have given me the ability to have a level 1, it's like a level 1 KYC where you're able to actually have an API management option for you to select that, and then you can generate an API key, which and it would just look sort of like a wallet address, and you would feed that into your Coinly or Coin Tracker, and it would just be able to go and just do it in seconds. All of the tens of thousands of transactions you may have done throughout the year of 2025.
Wow. How would it go again? It would go blah, blah.
Blah, in just a couple seconds. So yeah, I wouldn't want to spend like days or months trying to put each transaction And then you'd have to click around and you'd have to, and you can get really lost in the blockchain. You can click one digest transaction and it's going here and there and which one's my thing and which one's the liquidity pool. Like it was just a lot. It's too much. You don't need to be an investigator right now. Your job is to
Nobody
just
got time for that.
nobody. You're just trying to make money. And it's again like, what do you want to spend your lifespan on? I don't want to spend my lifespan on trying to follow the blockchain. I don't.
I just want to make money, but the tax man just wants to take it from me.
Or if you lose a lot of money, you want to be able to write it off, or like roll it into the next year, because you want your whatever platform you're using to do your taxes on, like you want to give it however much money you lost. Let's say you lost 20 grand in the year 2025 and you get to claim 3,000 of it, then you want to make sure that you still have that 7 grand of a realized loss to roll over the next year. Because what if you make more money a year or two from now? You want to make sure that like that money still existed, so you want it to account, not at least not go to waste.
So I can get some of my losses back because last year I blew some money.
Your losses are in the past, cuz.
Damn.
Nothing but gains out here today.
Gains.
Gains. Ugh.
Gains, yeah.
Hey.
Hi, Ion.
Hello. How's it going?
There she is.
Here I am. I'm here.
It's going.
Yeah. So what do you think? Think we're gonna hold this?
I'm hoping we pump because I'm in a long.
Me too.
Yeah, if we're gonna push, I'd like to see us push right here, right about now. And if we're not, then, well,
Well, the longer we stay down here, the less likely it is that we hold.
that's correct.
I could use a win. It would be nice. Last week was rough.
Yeah, I think I haven't had a real win since last summer. It's been a long time for me. That's a lot of work for no pay, huh?
Yeah. So, but have you not been training that much
really?
then?
No, not really. I've been just trying to get dry powder, but that freaking takes a long time to do.
It does. And then your car breaks down and then there it goes.
I know. Freaking randomly had to buy 4 brand new tires. What the heck?
It actually happened to me recently. I needed them
Worse.
anyway, though.
Yeah, but then you need this and that at the same exact time. You're like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Then your best friend has a birthday, and then her mom has a birthday.
That's why it's better to just trade. Trading's hard, though. I know it's easy. I just can't, like, remember how I used to know it was easy. Like, I would be able to do the things that I imagined would make it easy, but I can't remember what those things are when I first started. I have the skills that I needed to do the easy thing. I don't remember what the easy thing is. Maybe it'll come to me in a dream. I'll wake up and I'll be an amazing trader.
I believe in
Hey,
you.
I hope I'm there. You know what I mean? Like the amazing trader part. I'm dreaming. I've gotten a lot better at like getting out of trades.
That's good.
And
That's
then but like it's actually doing it. Like when I get out, you know, it's like this thing's just gonna go down. Just accept the fact that it's gonna go down. Accept it. And
so
I've
so
gotten
you've
better
gotten
at
better
that.
at the thing. You're getting better at getting out, but it's not doing the thing. It's going up
No. It's
still.
actually doing the thing where it's
Oh, it
going
is
down.
coming down. So, okay.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
not doing what you feared it
And
was gonna do. It's actually
yeah, I know, but it hurts my soul. It's like I just want you to go up and to the right. I don't want to think that you're coming down. I don't want to
yeah.
think that.
Oh, I just remembered
Change.
why you don't want to just follow the blockchain robo. It's because you need a, if you're doing futures trading, then that means that you're most likely paying fees. And I don't know if when you click the transaction, if the fee is like easily read right there. But when you download your actual like trading position report, then it'll show you your fees. And if you put it into your Excel sheet correctly, it will, like the Coinly or Coin Tracker, whatever you're using, it will take the realized gain or P&L, realized P&L, along with your fee, and it'll add it together. So if you lost like $2,000 and it cost you $100 to open that trade, then that'd be $2,100 in total of a loss, and the report will add that for you together.
I might have to send you my my taxes.
No.
And she might have to send you an
I'm
iPhone
on
5C. Oh,
I'm
call
on
back.
Blowfish.
No. See, now that's good comedy.
Hey,
right
you know,
there.
That
scratch
is
my
good
back, I'll
comedy.
scratch
Thank you.
yours. You know.
I think I'm giving a lot of fun facts right now for free.
Yeah, you're giving some great knowledge. I appreciate you.
Those are my favorite moments. I'm not kidding. Like the actual callback and everything. Just for the record, like in terms of
Oh,
comedy,
yeah.
it's like
Oh, I agree
the
with you. I love looping it around.
yeah.
I love it, like when a stand-up comedian does that. They'll loop it and at the very end, and you had to have watched the entire thing to get it. It's gold.
Right. It really is. It really is.
Larry David does that in every episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Right.
Yeah, that's a cool show.
Well, I mean, I haven't. Yeah.
I created my spreadsheet to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 columns. So A through H. Column A has my fill time. So, and it has to be in a particular format. So year, month, day, time. And then your pair name in column B. And then column C should be your amount that you like lost or gained. So your realized P&L. One of the columns is label. And by label, I mean there's a labeling system that you use on these platforms. So with Coinly, I have to, so it will either automate, it'll automatically label it for me, where it will assume if it's a send or like it's following the blockchain, but is it really, it's like chat, it's like when AI gives you this information and you're like, oh man, you got that wrong. It's actually this. And you're like, oh, okay, I stand corrected. You're right. You caught me. And so sometimes it's not perfect and you have to double check like, oh, I didn't send 1,000 USDT over there. I actually deposited it in a liquidity pool. So you have to label it as a pull in, which means I didn't sell or buy anything. I just put it into a liquidity pool, which generated that transaction. So it's like things like that. And you know how many freaking transactions I've got? I've got like 20,000 transactions.
Jeez.
Because there was a time where I made like a bunch of Solana wallets and a bunch of Sui wallets, and I was having fun. So I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying that other people don't report those wallets. I'm not saying that at all. I am putting those wallets in there.
Hey,
In
integrity
my
is
report.
important.
I'm calling Uncle Sam right now.
He
Yeah,
did.
call Santa Claus too while you're there.
Nah, he's sleeping right now. I don't want to bother him.
But I made my own
I'll be back,
report
guys.
to give me the total of my total realized P&L, and I do not like looking at it. But it really taught me something to see it like just on a spreadsheet like that, just in a report way. I mean, I look at spreadsheets all day long for work, and I'm just like, here's my own personal one that's giving me black and white, and I'm like, dang man, when Dbloc says like don't disrespect your money, and then I tell AI on it takes forever to freaking earn $1 to get my dry powder, and then you see it and it's just this cycle, this loop where you're like, I worked really hard for that. I worked really hard to lose that. Or not as hard to lose it. Like it's, I mean, now that is a lesson for me personally. And it's free. It's free. You can go to Coinly, put a wallet address in there, and it'll spit out like all your transactions there. You don't have to pay for anything. You don't even need to log in, nothing. Or maybe you have to have a login. I follow the TurboTax Reddit, the subreddit, and people are starting to get their tax return, and they're just outing how much they're getting back, and it's, I don't like seeing that. Like I don't want to see how much someone's getting back. Like that sucks. And so I told ChatGPT, I was like, this sucks. I don't like seeing. I don't want to see people's return. And it was like, well, their situation's different than you. Maybe they've got kids and they're getting, $2,000 a kid credit and this and that. And I was like, all right, and you're just trying to. And there was this one subreddit of someone complaining that I guess their ex-partner claimed their kid before they could on their tax return. So they were like, they made a post about it. But I liked seeing, there was one person that actually put a loss, or not loss, that they owed the federal government like 6 figures. And they're like, I know you're seeing a lot of people posting how much they're actually getting a return, but I thought you might like to see the other side of things. And I appreciated that. And then the comments were like, OP, how much do you make? I can't help but wonder if you owe 6 figures in federal taxes, like you must make, over $1 million. And he said he made close to 2. So I think he owed like 160K. I can't even imagine that. I know you guys have heard that when you buy or sell or swap a coin, that's a taxable event, and I'm telling you that it's true. And you might care when you have like a big loss or a big gain, because maybe when you're like just doing these small transactions, you're like, $5-12 here and there. When you start doing this like every day for a year after year, it adds up, man. Scoop, I don't know if you can hear me, but one thing I will reply to what you said in chat was that I thought that I should remove my MEXC like report thing that I had, because it's 2 years old, right? So I was like, I think it's kind of there's two things. One, if Coinly charges you based off of the amount of transactions that you had during that time, then I don't think it's fair that it keeps that stuff on report. But also, I asked ChatGPT or Gemini about it. I was like, can I just remove this? This is for the year 2023. And it was like, you shouldn't remove it, because even if it's not the year that you're doing the taxes on, it could still be following the same money on the blockchain. So if you've moved money off of that exchange back in that time, these reporting systems are they're designed to follow the blockchain wherever that cost basis came from. So if you can't find it, it might error on you. And if you got a zero cost basis, that means that it thinks that you either received that as a gift, and you got to pay taxes on it, as a gain. So it's like paying for the same money twice. So if like you bought $2,000 worth of something, and then 2 years ago, and then you're still using that same $2,000, but it's like in some other coin, the reporting system is designed to like track it on the blockchain, going like, oh no, this is the same monies, so that it doesn't charge you for 4,000. It doesn't go like they bought 2,000 worth this and 2,000 worth that, 4,000. You got to make sure it's just no. This is still just 2,000. It could also mean that you're sending it somewhere to sell it. So I don't know. It's a lot to absorb here. All right, I'm babbling. All right, I'm done.
Oh, I just had to walk away for it to pump, huh?
Well, hell, don't come back now. You know what I mean?
All right, I'll be back. I'm leaving. Let me know when it's at $1 million.
I'm just kidding.
It's always a good feeling when you walk away and you come back and the trade's going in your favor.
Or whenever like you fell asleep and everything went really south, but like you didn't get hit or taken, and then you wake up and you're at like break even. You're like, dang, glad I was asleep through that. I'd have taken some L's if I didn't sleep through that.
I've lost too many nights of sleep for not setting stop losses. I'm like, nah. Either I'm like, either I'm out and I'm sleeping, or I'm not sleeping. I
Crypto don't
can't sleep
sleep.
if I'm in a leverage. Shit, I do. I'll be sleeping.
I think we're gonna come down to 65K.
Take that back.
Sorry, I can't unsee it. You can see on Dbloc's chart, you see the bear flag running. The measured move of that pole right there is 65, which is yes, last week's low. And probably the end of that measured move from his arrow area.
Yeah, but don't you like not have to always get the entire measured move? And usually it's only at least half.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could be wrong. But
Like
that does
we've
look like a bear
satisfied
flag.
most of that. Yeah. But I mean we have like satisfied most of that measured move down.
I mean, we can push up, not invalidate, stay in the channel, and then come down even farther.
We also sometimes revisit yesterday's low or last week's low, and that's underneath us here.
Y'all think we're gonna get this US Iran thing popping off pretty soon? I think their airspace is clear right now, like they're getting ready to do something.
I have a really bad habit of like abruptly getting up from here about hitting mute. So if anyone actually talked to me while I was gone, I wasn't here. My bad.
No, we were just talking smack about you. Nothing big.
All good, man. As long as it's funny. Here.
No, I was just saying. I was looking at the flight tracker, and it's like pretty dead in Syria right now.
Yeah, easy with the phrasing there.
Dead air. Y'all know what I miss? I miss the days when you could mine Bitcoin with a single GPU. Those were the good old days.
Big buys, large fries.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk away so this keeps going.
Hey, you know, the trend is your friend till it ends.